that much of the fraud defendants who were Somali American were U.S. citizens or were here legally, and so there's so much at play here. It's so difficult to get information in real time, and so there's a lot going on. I guess to keep it short.
A lot of layers, and we want to point out too, the woman that was in that car was not the target of the ICE operation this morning. She showed up, according to the witness that shot that video. Max said the woman in the car, this witness heard the woman in the car yelling things at ICE like "get out." So she was one of those observers that we've seen show up in communities when ICE operations are in effect, but she was not the subject of the ICE operation.
So I just ask, what happens next, right? We have this.
Hit that like button, folks. Let's hit 100 likes. Appreciate it. We're almost there.
Ascertain who's at fault there. That'll be litigated.
Go to trapperoutdoors.com.
But you
See the
have
flavor for, so you haven't already done it.
thousands of federal agents conducting immigration raids in the Twin Cities right now. And there's a choice. Do you continue to conduct these raids? Do you have warrants? Do you continue to follow the mission and the purpose that President Trump has ran on and was elected on? Or do you heed the warning from the mayor and others and let things cool off and get out of Dodge?
Yeah, that'll be interesting. We haven't heard anything. We did get a statement from Secretary Noem this morning about the shooting. She's in Texas now. She was here yesterday, but no word yet on whether or not they're going to stand down on this operation here in Minneapolis.
Do we have the statement from Majority Whip Tom Emmer? Because we've been hearing from a lot of local elected Democrats, but I would love to hear what Emmer had to say this morning. Okay, 1 second. And Sammy, I don't know if you want to read that.
Yeah, sure. So Tom Emmer on X said, "Our brave ICE agents put their lives on the line every day to protect our communities from dangerous criminals. May God bless and protect them in their efforts. Shame on the elected officials who endanger these agents by spewing lies and hateful rhetoric." We also got some updates. There it is over there on the screen. We also got a recent update from Hennepin County Sheriff who said that their office was not involved in the shooting, nor were they on scene when it happened. Our deputies did respond to preserve the crime scene. We also have some updated statements from Senate Majority Leader Erin Murphy and House DFL Leader Zach Stevenson. Leader Murphy says she's devastated and furious. A weak president sent ICE agents to Minnesota to sow chaos without regard for human life, and today's killing is the predictable outcome. Leader Stevenson said a woman was shot and killed today by an ICE officer. We're monitoring the situation and gathering the facts, but we know this is yet another dark day for Minnesota as the federal government continues to target our state. So plenty of reaction.
Yeah, two things in there we know to be factually true. It is another dark day in Minnesota, regardless of how this all plays out. And also that a woman was shot and killed in Minneapolis this morning, and we have to try, all of us, to remember that and maintain some of our civility and humanity, hopefully, as this plays out. So you can see there are two very strong narratives, each side. You know, and I do think this is politically a relatively recent development, that parties at that level and officials at that level come out and say things with such certainty instead of just coming out and saying, let's let this play out, everyone stay calm, we don't have all the facts yet. I feel like we have turned a corner politically where people are ready to kind of stake out their side and do so very publicly and forcefully very quickly after incidents like this unfold. We certainly knew that happened with Mayor Jacob Fry this morning. He has a very clear point of view on what happened this morning. Let's listen to what he had to say earlier today. We're looking for the sound from Mayor Jacob Fry.
And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the f*** out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done.
And so that's Mayor Jacob Fry of Minneapolis with condemning words for the ICE agents and for the federal government as to the mission of those ICE agents. There is that, so that's one side that you were talking about, Julie. This keeps reminding me of like a football play, right? And a ref throws a flag. But we're not playing football. This is life and death right here. But you see the truth based on what team you live near, right? The Vikings play the Packers. It's a terrible analogy, but this is how it's playing out. Where not even an hour and a half after an incident, you have polar opposites politically telling you what happened in different ways.
Well, speaking of that, let's hear from Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, speaking this morning on the shooting from Texas.
You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers and in cooperation with other law enforcement agencies as well.
All right, so those are the two very clear sides being drawn right now. Police Chief Brian O'Hara also spoke this morning, and he maintained a little more of a middle-of-the-road stance and is, of course, asking everyone to remain calm while this plays out. Let's listen into what he had to say.
This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place.
Well, and everyone had remained calm. We were seeing it escalate a little bit as the barricades were being taken down. We're keeping an eye on that situation near 34th and Portland. So far, it's been mostly calm at the scene. We are waiting in just a couple minutes for Governor Walz to start his press conference. He'll be speaking about the shooting this morning as well.
Yeah, politically, I mean, where do you go from here? It has now come down to an act of extreme violence, and it depends sort of how you see the evidence as to whether it was justified or not. But what are the ramifications for this down the road? Because I think you were right, you called this perhaps a tipping point. And it's something that the chief had been warning about and talking about for months now, of one, having a lack of transparency with local law enforcement, so they don't know what federal agents are doing, when and where and why, right? And then you have that lack of transparency with the civilians. Doesn't mean that they're not going after potentially dangerous people, but with that lack of transparency creates chaos.
Yeah, and I think what you see now is you are going to see the two camps, kind of sticking to what we've heard. But I think one thing that strikes me as well is that there's a recency bias in terms of thinking that this is all kind of coming out of nowhere, or even in the last several months, or even just during the second Trump administration of the last year. But going back to 2018, we covered large protests here in Minneapolis downtown the summer of 2018 during Trump's first term related to ICE. There was the slogan "Abolish ICE" that came from many of the progressive members of the the Democratic Party and activists and protesters and that sort of thing. So this has been festering for a while. The immigration issue was a huge part of the 2024 election. The campaign, of course, for both candidates, Republicans and Democrats. And so I think it just will continue to be a political story. But I also don't want to make this into politics right now because, Julie and Chris, as you've mentioned, somebody lost their life today.
Yeah.
There will be a legal process that plays out to determine if this was justified use of force or not. And so it's a very political story in a sense, but it also is a human tragedy, no matter what the facts show at the end of the day. And so you want to try to separate those, but the political aspect is part of all of this.
Absolutely.
And you can't
Underlying
ignore it.
everything. Well said, Danny. We appreciate that. Our Gordon Severson is on the scene, and we are being told, we saw the barricades being removed. We understand now that the scene of the shooting has also been cleared. Let's go to Gordon. Looks relatively quiet there right now, Gordon.
Yeah, the police have pulled out, the barricades have been removed, and everyone has kind of moved down the street closer to where this all happened. You might be able to see there's some flowers, other tributes here. The crowd is now smaller than it once was. It's now between 100 and 200, where it was, hundreds before. No law enforcement presence here, whatsoever. People are now gathering around the spot of where this all happened to, pay tribute and pay respects to what happened. And a very different feeling, a very different mood here, quiet, more of somber and remembrance, where before it was a lot more about, frustration and anger towards what happened.
Gordy, we're going to get to a press conference in 1 minute, but I have to ask you a question. We saw video from the helicopter looking down of a large group of people chasing away law enforcement. What happened there at the scene at that time? Did they tow away the vehicles, or what was going on where you are?
That was further down from where we were located, so I didn't, see what was happening there. It might have been part of, the general commotion of moving all of these vehicles out, moving all the barricades out. Anytime, that there was movement with law enforcement, that, got a reaction from the crowd. So I think pulling out that many cars, that many officers, and all of the barricades may have been the reason for that happening.
And what have you hearing? Overall, you've been there for hours now. What's your assessment of the situation, the conversations, the emotion level?
Well, I think it's, a lot of, anger. This is something that I think that, has been bubbling up in this, community for a while. People, a lot of in this neighborhood, not, wanting ICE here. And then when this word broke out this, morning, there was a few people here right away, but we saw the crowd grow throughout the day as more and more people became aware of this situation. You saw that there were city leaders, pretty much every member of the Minneapolis City Council was out here, pretty much kind of a Rolodex, if you will, of community leaders here in Minneapolis, elected officials, all coming down here to try to figure out what's going on. And I think at first people were trying to kind of a wait and see, trying to see what happened, but then as the day went on and more information got out, I think the crowd got a little more angry, more agitated. But so far, we've been seeing a peaceful protest here on the street.
Yeah. Gordon Severson, thank you. We appreciate you standing by and reporting clearly for us on just unfortunate, tragic, and wild 4 hours again in the city of Minneapolis. And any moment now, we are waiting for a news conference from Governor Tim Walz. As soon as he walks up to that podium and that microphone, we're going to go hot and listen to what he has to say. Danny, you were talking about how, what he might say next is perhaps so much different than what he may have said if he didn't drop out of the race. I mean, now when you take the political shade off, when you take the consequences of what you're going to say and tie it to an election, I don't know, it's kind of a roll of the dice of what's going to happen here, given the violence we saw this morning, and whom you believe is responsible for it.
I think the tone will probably be similar to what it was yesterday, but I actually think that really since he lost the election with Vice President Harris and he was the presidential nominee, they lost and he came back as governor. His tone changed in many ways because President Trump was in office, and since then his tone has been much different, of course. Even than when Walz was in his first term and President Trump was the president, because they had these clashes, of course, on the national campaign. And so really for the last year we've seen Governor Walz presenting Minnesota as almost like a safeguard against the federal government for his electorate, for the people that voted for him. I understand it's very complicated political dynamics, but that's
also the VP candidate is often the attack dog. They're the ones sent out to really attack the opponent. And
looks like. Then ICE officers walked up to the burgundy SUV to talk to the driver. The window was down. Then the car, you can see the ICE officer walk up. He tries to talk to the driver. The car backs up, and he reaches in, and the officer in the front then draws his weapon and fires. As he's slipping on the ice, he fires his weapon, we were told, 3 times at the news conference, and of course a woman was killed. So that's the overall situation. The critical facts are going to be, of course, that the officer who fired his duty weapon believed he was under imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. If he believes that, and he was positioned so that could have been so, then he would have a justifiable use of deadly force. If it's not a reasonable, if, for example, say the gunshots were through the passenger side window or the side of the truck, where he was not in danger, where he was past the truck, then that would not be a justifiable use of force. He has to be in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. He doesn't have to be standing in front of the hood ornament. I mean, if he's hit by the headlight, he could be killed. So that's what's going to have to be analyzed. Hallie, you're so right to look closely at the facts here in each video and break it slow down. There's more videos that investigators will get from the ICE officers. There's 3 there. Maybe there's a camera on their vehicle. That could be 4 more vehicle
and Jim,
videos.
would they be? Jim, is it safe to assume that the officers and the agents involved would
really need to
Julie,
do a
jump
call.
in on this. I think Julia's got to run. Julia, if you have us, I'd ask you to this too. Julia, is it safe to assume that these officers would be wearing body-worn cameras? Julia?
Yes. So let me walk you through the body-worn camera policy. It was put out as a pilot program under the Biden administration. It did not go very far. And then, in fact, this Trump administration did not allocate more funding for the body-worn camera policy. In fact, the cameras they do have, if they wanted to expand, they could even go all the way to get them to translate. They have the capability, but instead that's not something, even with all the funding from the One Big Beautiful Bill, when ICE became the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the country, they have not put any of that toward new body cameras, and so therefore there is no mandate that ICE officers wear body cameras. Now, of course, some of them do because of that pilot program, so there's always like a 25% chance somebody had a body camera on them. There have been incidents where we've been able to get body camera footage, but oftentimes it's coming from cell phone videos like these, or if any of those houses you see there, Hallie, have a ring cam or any kind of surveillance, that would be the first place investigators would be going. But it's very different, even as local police around the country adapt to these policies. ICE has not.
Julia Ainsley, I know you've got to go make that phone call. Please go. I know you're in the middle of reporting this afternoon as all of this has unfolded. Appreciate that, friend, with this rolling coverage here on NBC News of this moment where, according to officials, a woman has been killed in an ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. We're going to take it now to CARE. This is our station in Minneapolis. They've also been in rolling coverage. They are on the ground. There are boots on the ground there and actually up in the sky, too, because you can see now some of these aerials coming in. We've been following this group of protesters, demonstrators walking down one of the streets in the Powderhorn neighborhood here after having had some interaction with at least some degree of law enforcement. There was some snowball throwing that we saw, et cetera. And we know that Governor Walz is going to speak shortly here. At this point, and again, we're juggling all of this here. We're going to hang for 1 second and get you into the governor's press conference when it begins. He has suggested immense skepticism of the way that the Trump administration had initially described what had happened here. And just for your awareness, this is how the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem described this moment. She says that ICE officers were doing an enforcement action. She says, I'm quoting here, she says, they were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. The secretary goes on to say that an officer acted quickly and defensively, she says, shot to protect himself and the people around him. Again, that is how the Department of Homeland Security Secretary has categorized this. You have seen the video here. You have seen the video for yourself of what has happened here with the interaction between the ICE agents, one of them trying to talk to her. This is it, again, through the window, pulling the door. Another officer will come from the front, kind of around the hood there, and you see pulling his gun and firing.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that an ICE officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We have been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV. And today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear. Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident. But we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this. I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully, as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this. Please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be heard. Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces, marching or walking, not on roadways, making your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs, being present in public areas where pedestrians are allowed, gathering in designated or permitted areas, and these actions will allow people to express themselves while protecting the safety of everyone involved. Unsafe or illegal actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety. disrupt emergency services, or put people at risk. These actions could result in fines or arrest. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting. As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'd be glad to take any questions. Yeah, and I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I could let the General talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had a lot of work done on teams being ready to make sure that civil unrest, and what that means, and I think Commissioner Jacobson was very clear, and I want Minnesotans to hear this from me. The desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time, but it needs to be done safely. And I think the commissioner simply just laid out some of those parameters. We can do that. This is the peaceful resistance that we need. Simon, you want to say a few things about what that means to have them on the ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. So for the military, Minnesota National Guard is comprised of 13,000 soldiers and airmen. We live all across and work throughout Minnesota. A warning order is just an initial step to increase your preparations. The Minnesota Guard is always prepared to respond and support state agencies and the citizens of Minnesota. So what that means for us today is just some additional checks on equipment that is ready at all times, and maybe some additional phone calls to service members who might be activated, but no activations. We are embedded with our state agencies here at the Operations Center to just continue parallel planning in the event that we are needed to support.
Thanks, General. And I would make note, Mary, and to Minnesotans on this about the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this. Both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just want to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know. We're going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard, we're there responding to the chaos they've created too, but our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. And I'm going to note to all of you, I think it's really important, and the professionals do this, and they train me to do this. This is an open investigation. You need to be very careful about it. I know that many of you, myself included, have seen a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watched their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being. This very well is an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So no, I have not, but once we do, we will. So yes. Colonel, would you like to do that? Colonel?
So the question was, how many State Patrol troopers have been deployed to the city of Minneapolis? Right now, we don't talk typical numbers because that is considered security information. We do have a specialized team that does deal with crowd control, and so they have been deployed. But again, they are from all over the state of Minnesota, so they will come in tiers to the state. No, it was in response to this event.
One more. Sorry, just to clarify, the intention of deploying the National Guard, is there any chance that the National Guard might be deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans?
I'm sorry. What was it?
Minnesota National Guard ever be deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans, given the context of what happened earlier today?
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case that the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission. There's the federal mission when they're under Title 10 orders, and then they're under Title 32 orders. In this warning order, there's nothing officially been done yet. If I am to activate them as the Commander-in-Chief of the Minnesota National Guard, I will issue the executive order to the Minnesota National Guard, and then they will be put in state duty status. And as you've seen over the last few years, that could be flood prevention, that could be after a wind-blowing storm up in the north, up in Bemidji, or it could be COVID or George Floyd response. In this case, again, it doesn't necessarily change the mission. They're there to protect Minnesotans. They're there to serve Minnesotans. I think the thing that is so challenging in the moment we're in is we don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community, and we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there, total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this is the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things, I don't know what to tell you, and I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota, and you can be assured whether it's the State Patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time, and I want to be very careful. it's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name. And that's very difficult. So, well, one more, Dana. Dana. Look, and I understand the uniqueness of this moment in this week, following this week, seeing what's happening in the backdrop of a show hearing in D.C. My job is to govern, and my job is to see what the facts are. This happened a couple of hours ago, and we're already pitting American against American. All of you saw a video in your eyes. We have a chaotic situation caused by the largest deployment in American history of federal agents into a community with no communication to locals. We had a chaotic situation where an individual is in their car, shot and killed. And so, look, I want to be very cautious here because Donald Trump will make this about me. He will make this about politics. This is about public safety, and this is about normalcy. To Americans who are watching this, if you're in Portland or you're in LA or you're in Chicago or you're wherever they're coming next, stand with us. Stand with us against this. This was so preventable, so unnecessary, and I don't know. I hope. Maybe we're at the McCarthy moment. Do you have no decency? Do you have no decency? We have someone dead in their car for no reason whatsoever. And I don't want to be right about this, but I said if they do this, they're going to create a chaotic situation where someone innocent's going to get killed. And they did it. And now we hear more political rhetoric. Enough. Enough is enough. And so to Minnesotans, don't take the bait. Do not take the bait. Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out. Let's make sure we protect our neighbors. I encourage you to use your First Amendment rights and all of your constitutional rights, but do so in a peaceful manner. We'll gather back with you as soon as we gather more information that needs to be put out. But again, stay safe, Minnesotans, and we'll be back with you.
Okay, march is continuing. All right. Too many layers, too many layers. Just like 2020, guys. So this is just how 2020 is. Protest just started. March downtown. Just like almost 6 years ago now. Almost 6. Wicked. Imagine the streams from 6 years ago on this quality, though. I've learned a few things now.
It's coming, everybody. Hang on.
I don't have my gimbal, though. I wasn't ready for
All
a
right,
march.
this is not the video that the president had posted on Truth Social, but
Sorry,
it
it's
is one
shaky.
vantage point. And so this is what we...
It's Minnesota walking for real, dude. Fast as hell. It'd be like that, though. This is how 2020 marches went. People just started marching. Just started walking. No leader, no direction, just downtown marching. That's how it was 6 years ago. And it's very similar right now. We already got tear gassed and flashbang today, so, well, not flashbang, but we got gassed. So I'm getting the full 2020 treatment today for sure. Oh boy, they're walking fast. This is even fast for me. Well, good thing I postponed my surgery, huh, Chad? Jesus. About to be a long month and year here. A few more people have been able to gather here. It's just tough because they're walking so fast. I have a, it's not cancerous right now, but it's concerning. So I have to have something taken out. I was supposed to have surgery today to get that done, but I mean, they even said I could have waited till the end of the month, but I was like, let's just do it now. Because I knew all this was going to be going on. So I'm like, let's just get it done now. But this is how it's going to go, I guess. Gonna have to get surgery later. The Lord God said, I will tear gas this man so he does not have to attend his surgery. Clearly covering this protest was more important, so all right, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, but well, I have to reschedule it, so I don't know when the surgery is going to be now. That could be a month from now. I don't know. I don't have the support I think I have. I don't know. I think our chat, we almost at 100K subs. Could we do that? Let's do that by the end of the week. Just to trigger MAGA. I got like, what, 9,000 subs to go before 100, and a plaque too. I'll even get an award for how many MAGA trolls I have. That they're gonna give me an award. It's silver, and it's for how much I make you guys mad. So 9K more to go, and we'll get that. Appreciate it. Here we go. Subscribe now. I heard Walls showed the footage, so I'll play it later, I guess. But obviously, like, I don't even know if the family knew or anything, and I'm like, there's like a moral thing there. So I didn't want to show it before the family had, because we showed up to the scene. We were on the crime scene. The America is still just finding out. We're like, when we show up to a scene, it's right then and there. So.
Typically when there are multiple agencies, and the FBI has been a part of several joint task forces, this will be no different. They will work together with the BCA. They'll share information, both agencies, and both agencies will work in concert to make certain that all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed, and that all the factual information that's gathered by each agency gets shared with each other to make sure that everything is that all parties know exactly what transpired here. So working with state and local agencies and other federal agencies is nothing new for the FBI.
Kyle, this story has been politicized, to say the least, already, right out of the gate. How can you ensure people that the FBI and even the BCA or maybe state prosecutors locally will have a quality investigation that is free from politicization?
Well, I think all agents, whether they be federal, state, or local, took an oath. They took an oath to the Constitution. They didn't take oaths to federal governments, state governments, administrations, and whatnot. They took oaths to the Constitution, be it the federal Constitution, the state Constitution. And so you're dealing with professionals. And when I was in law enforcement, I know that the agents and officers that I worked with took that obligation, that oath, very seriously. And I imagine it's no different now with the current law enforcement personnel that we have. So I have extreme confidence that federal and state authorities will work together, look at the evidence, and come to the right conclusion as far as what occurred here. And I think that's just incumbent upon the officers and the agents who are involved here.
Well, you've been involved in investigations like this before that have a lot of eyeballs, a lot of publicity. What would you like to share with our viewers about how these things unfold and how the information may change as we learn more?
As we know that there is going to be an ongoing investigation.
Definitely chaotic. You had protesters out there. You had people that are in opposition of ICE, and then the next thing you see is this vehicle moving towards ICE agents and then kind of posting off, if you will. That was shortly after the shot was fired by the ICE agent. So a chaotic scene for sure.
And so as you're talking about the chaotic scene, we've also been watching and seeing the response ever since as well. I want to put this up on the screen. These are some of the live images that we're still getting there from our partners there at Fox 9. Some of the video footage of what protesters are now starting there to respond to that same scene. Of course, again, they've probably seen the video themselves circulating online, now showing up to this place, hearing that an ICE officer has shot and killed this woman. Jamie, what are we going to be expecting in the next few days? Because Minneapolis is not a place that's unused to seeing protesters and violence. They were the site of George Floyd and all of those protests that happened in the wake of that. As we're watching some of this unfold, what are you on the lookout for?
I mean, I think the governor did a great job of telegraphing as to what intelligence they're gathering. I think you're going to see a large protest within the next 48 hours. I think the governor and his staff covered that to be peaceful, to be polite, don't block roads, no firecrackers, no fireworks, no rocks. So, I mean, he sort of telegraphed what I think is about to happen in Minneapolis. And like I said, they're no stranger to these unrest. I was telling another network earlier today, there's a fine line. Go out and protest, have your signs, blow your whistles, but you can't arm yourself with a motor vehicle and mow down an ICE agent. That crosses the line. But I think we're going to see more of this uprising.
And so we're still watching some of this video footage from earlier today. So let's get into that investigation that's going to be ensuing. We've heard from President Trump. I want to put his statement up on the screen. Now, there's several sides to this. We've heard from several different lawmakers, but the president did speak out. He said that he had just watched the clip of that event that took place, saying it was a horrible thing to watch. But he went on to say that the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. He's already saying the word self-defense as pertains to the situation. I have to ask you, Jamie, what goes on into this investigation? When will we know and the facts of the situation, and not just from what the president is saying at this point?
Yeah, I mean, the president may have had the luxury of watching this video. You and I have not seen the deadly video, right? So the president may be a couple of steps ahead of us. But here's the deal. The FBI is already on the ground. They're going to be a shooting team assembled, and that shooting team is going to take all of the video footage from any of the law enforcement agents, also the spectators. Everyone has a camera out, so they're going to, ask for video, and they're going to go and put all these videos together, listen to eyewitnesses. They're going to listen to any radio traffic that ICE agent may have transmitted prior to that shooting, and that should tell the truth. We're not looking for a talking point. We're looking for a truth to justify this ICE agent taking the life of a woman purportedly using her car as a missile.
And so a part of that is something that we've seen before. We've seen these confrontations between law enforcement and civilians there on the street. I have to ask you, you mentioned that there's going to be a task force that's put together to do the investigating. How does local law enforcement then seek to work with someone like ICE as well as the federal agencies, as suited as the FBI, as well as they try to piece everything together?
Now, I wouldn't be surprised that the Minnesota Attorney General would not be involved in that. I think you're going to have a task force of federal agents from the FBI, also Homeland Security. I can assure you they have a shooting team to go out and investigate this stuff. But here's a caveat to that. You don't want Homeland Security investigating their own shooting. You want to have transparency. You want to have a secondary agency to look into that. So, my best guess, I hope, that federal agents will sort of let the state and local investigators, especially maybe the Attorney General of Minnesota, into that investigation, so there's no room for error and everyone sees the same evidence and comes up with the same result, whether it's a justified or not a justified shooting. You've got to be transparent.
And so we're looking at some video from earlier today, just the scene afterwards, and that shows that maroon SUV there looks to be a Honda Pilot. It's crashed into the pool in the aftermath as well. You can see all of those other officers who are on the scene. We heard there from Governor Walz as well. He was speaking about the steps that are ongoing in this investigation, saying that after the shooting, he saw agents touching the car, touching the vehicle. Is that going to be important as we're looking ahead to what's happening? He was almost, we're not sure, want to say exactly what he was implying, but seemingly speaking about the credibility of the scene and needing to keep that integrity as they're looking into it.
I mean, congratulations to the governor for, helping the integrity of the investigation. But I've got to tell you, being a part of what we saw unfold today, I've been a part of 3 or 4 of these during my undercover narcotics days, where you have vehicles just start fleeing towards law enforcement. Touching a vehicle necessarily is not going to tamper with that evidence. The best evidence is going to be video evidence. It's going to be eyewitnesses. What did you see before the fatal shot? And then obviously, what did you see after the fatal shot? Both sides are going to have video, and that video is going to tell the tale in respect to, was the ICE agent ran over by this woman in that maroon vehicle, or he wasn't? It's going to be clear and cut. If he was in fact struck by this woman in this vehicle, it was in the commission of an aggravated battery, i.e. the car being the object of choice. That shooting will be justified if that comes out in the video in the interview.
And so as we're still going to continue to watch as these scenes are unfolding. Again, this is the site from earlier today, as so many protesters gathered there at the spot where this shooting happened, then it continuing to interact with law enforcement as well in the aftermath. And so as it pertains to the investigation, you pointed out some important points, that maybe it won't be as important with the site of the car as much as that eyewitness video and others on the scene and those witnesses. When it comes to the witness testimony in a moment like this, I'm sure it was high emotions. How soon are investigators going to try to get that on the record so they're able to piece together what happened?
I mean, as I understand, they had around 2,000 law enforcement authorities, ICE agents on the ground. So, they certainly had enough manpower after that shooting to, number one, secure the crime scene, but also to secure any eye and ear witnesses. So I can assure you those people have been segregated, if you will, and they're going to be interviewed by the authorities assigned to this shooting. The other issue is, Ring doorbell cameras. We saw that in the latest shooting at the university, at Brown University. There's so many people that have those. That's going to also portray what occurred prior to the shooting leading up to this woman being shot by the ICE agent. So all the above, they're going to have to do, basically 101 police work. Go back and start interviewing witnesses, collecting cell phone video, and also those Ring door videos. We saw that it's in a residential area. How many people had video on their front porches?
And so, Jamie, you brought up another great point here, which is why we wanted to bring you on the show. Let's talk about cell phones. We do know that according to the statement by DHS and something that the president also echoed, calling this woman a domestic terrorist, there's got to be some sort of conversation around what the intent was in the moment. How do they start to piece that together? Will they go through some of her cell phone records? Again, we've been talking about her in this sort of obscure light because we don't know much information that hasn't been released at this time. We just know that she's a 37-year-old woman who was shot and killed earlier today. But are they going to try to dive into this woman's background to see why she was in that position in the middle of the street, and really if she had any premeditated motion to get to this point?
Yeah, Christine, that's a great question. And we all see already on social media, there's so many formats out there that she's this, she's that, she's a paid activist. We don't know that. We don't even know her name. Good point. The investigators are already combing through her data. They're going to get search warrants for all of her devices. Moreover, did she have anything written? Did she have this plan? Did she or has she attended one of these protests in the past? And we know that Homeland Security is famous for videoing spectators. So, is she going to show up on a previous protest? And then they're going to maybe get into her banking account. If they're leaning towards it was an advocate rather than a protester, was she paid? They're going to start looking at some of her financial records to see if she was paid by anyone. So all the above. And of course, that's going to be brought into the entire investigation leading up to potentially, was she motivated by terrorism to do this, or did she just get out of control and decide to run over this ICE agent? To be announced. We just don't know. It's too early in the stage of the investigation. They haven't released that.
And lastly, before I let you go, Jamie, of course, we heard from the governor, Tim Walz. He said that this is a very active investigation, which is why he said they couldn't answer a lot of questions. Of course, so many reporters in the room and folks at home have questions about what led up to this, why this is happening. Can you sort of walk us through why it's important that they don't answer questions at this point, being that this happened just a few hours ago?
Whether you like the governor or dislike his politics, right? I think he did a pretty good job. That's the first presser that I've heard where the governor came out and says, let's not do anything violent. Let's stay on course. Let's keep it peaceful, encouraging those folks to go out and protest ICE. There's not an issue with that. But I have to give the governor kudos for coming out and addressing that. As far as your question about getting ahead of the skis on this investigation, we saw, and this is a good point, in Brown University, we saw Trump tweet out the suspect, the shooter, was in custody, and that was not the truth. It was bad information. So they don't want to get ahead of the investigators and put something false out there that might, could incite one side or another side. They just don't want to see a repeat of Seattle or the past violence during the George Floyd protest. They don't want to have that in their communities. So they're being very cautious on what they release to the public, rightfully so.
And once again, Jamie Copenhaver joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Jamie, anything else that we missed that we should be looking ahead to in this next few hours?
Just think about this while you're at home. Whether you agree with the Trump administration of the deportation of these illegals, everyone has the First Amendment. You have the right to go out and protest. You have the right to go out with a bullhorn. But what you don't have the right to do is become violent and attack these law enforcement agents. And if I may point out, the Trump administration has been thumped a couple of times by the higher courts on some of the tactics they're using. So let the courts and let your governor fight your fight. You go out and protest, but be civil and peaceful.
All right, and so we'll continue to watch as all of this unfolds there in Minneapolis. Again, Jamie Copenhaver, our law enforcement expert, joining us here on Live Now to break down the very latest. Jamie, we appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Right, wanted to make sure we brought that to you here on Live Now from Fox. If we get any other updates, especially from those officials there in the state of Minnesota, we'll certainly bring them to you here on Live Now in full without any commercial breaks, as we just did with the governor, as well as the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, as he spoke out just about a few hours ago on this shooting. We're going to slide away, though, for our first 2-minute commercial break here of the hour. Our coverage continues, though, after this. Stay with us.
We have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, council members.
Let them go through, but that's not here or there. I'm not no judge in order for what she did or what he did. I'm just speaking on
the murder. That's what that was.
He shouldn't have shot. And be honest, he shouldn't. Just like they always.
Thank you for your time.
In the community, they say to black people, you're supposed to keep your hand on the steering wheel. All that shit. You're gonna get shot. Okay. That's what's gonna happen. She moved her car. You're gonna get shot. But like I told them, if you're not built for that job, you're not built for that job. The gun is a last resort.
Exactly. It's probably right next to him.
The gun is a last resort. Your life was not in danger.
It's not just black people that's putting their hands on the steering.
One thing I couldn't understand from the video was whether or not ICE was telling her to leave her car, because it almost seemed like they were telling her to get out of the way.
Oh well, if they were, I didn't hear it. They were saying it like that. I can hear her. I didn't hear them.
Yeah.
Not, you know what I'm saying, like no command. Dude got out that truck, smashed on that door, and it went from there.
He got out looking for a car. He moved on that type of time. I watched the whole video. Everybody watched the video.
They need to get held accountable. Like literally, they need to have another person out here that's with them, that's going to account for everything that they do. Like, that's not ICE. There's some other type of group that need to watch them. If not, well, I mean, people don't like the Minneapolis police or whatever. Correspond with them. So when they have people that's being agitated like that, being an agitator, then the police can roll up. Hey, guess what? I'm the police. I'm going to arrest you. ICE is not here to arrest people that's doing it.
They're here to cause damage,
whatever it is. But the police, they're here to police. you're doing something illegal,
This place,
they can
family,
arrest you.
destroy lives,
Correct?
all that. That's what they here.
That's who need to be around. So if them two
That's why we all
entities
need
ain't
to stand together as a
combining
unit.
together
Black,
and getting this
white, brown,
making it a little
purple,
bit
pink,
better,
we all need to
not
stick
saying
together
it's
as a unit.
not going to say that can really work as far as with the police and ICE
Not only
working
just in
together.
Minnesota, all over
But
the country.
it could be maybe try something different because they obviously they're saying that they're not corresponding with each other.
Yeah.
And they're just running off of, and then the police come in later on and clean up their mess, and then they come in and being aggressive. Like, did you just see what they just did to your people you're supposed to protect?
This might sound like a weird question, but what would you have been doing today if this hadn't happened?
Putting up my wife's dining room table. And now I gotta have that got rescheduled. So.
How do you feel that like this has happened on your block today?
That's what she was supposed to do. She didn't cause no threat to nobody. She moved out the way.
To be honest,
Her
I
wheel
wish people
turned
just
towards the
put all
curb.
the
And he shot.
BS. Get on the
It
same
didn't turn out.
page.
It turned in.
There's everybody here living. You see her, you can scan your camera right now. It's all different shades. All
No
type
one
of
illegal
ethnicity.
on stolen land.
Okay? If anybody want to talk about some stolen land, it should be the neighbors. The Indians.
And
And
that's
this is
what we
their
say.
land. Everybody else over here that's darker than them or lighter than them, we're illegal. You want to be real about the situation. But all that is, it is what it is. I'm not no political person. But I just know right and wrong.
Did you see the race of the woman who was the victim?
Yeah. To me, she seemed like she was a Caucasian. Older lady. I just thought the only thing that came out of my mind when I seen it and watched it, I was like, man, that's my mom, that's my aunt. That's somebody, that's an older lady. Like, what? I didn't see no gun, no nothing. Like, what is going on? I didn't see her be aggressive where she needed to get shot.
They could have even tased her if they had to, something like that. I mean, that wouldn't even be necessary.
It's numerous ways they could have. Get out the way. You just took recognition of a woman's face, video her, going around to the back. You video camera her license plates. Pick her up later. All right, lady. Call the police. Hey, there's a lady over here blocking traffic. No, you wanted to show your authority. I don't know. If you wanted to or not, that wasn't right. Man. She shouldn't have been shot. She shouldn't have been shot just because she wanted to warn that, hey, there's some people out there.
Thank you. We're here reporting on what happened. Would it be possible for us to get your contact info if we have any follow-up questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you say briefly what your relationship is to what happened? Like you were in the house before?
Oh, I'm a resident. Just part of the community.
And sorry, could you say your name again?
Eugene, Eugene. And Bentley, just like the car. Thank you. Appreciate you.
What's your phone number?
952-818.
All right, as you see there, we were listening in to this witness who was describing what he saw as this deadly ICE-involved shooting occurred earlier today in Minnesota. Wanted to pull down the audio because he was giving out some of his personal information, but that sometimes happens. We're able to get these live feeds there on the ground as we're understanding a little bit more from all the perspectives of those who might have some insight into this breaking situation. And so what I want to do is put this up on your screen. This is from the White House. This just came out on their X account, saying, "We stand with the brave men and women of ICE and law enforcement who risk everything to keep our communities safe." And so this is Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary. She herself held a briefing earlier today when all of this information was first coming out. It broke during that press conference, but she stands there. She puts there, "I stand with ICE" on her social media accounts. And so we'll continue to watch as all of this is unfolding. I do want to play out very brief remarks that we also have here from Secretary Kristi Noem. She was on the board at the border for a separate scheduled event that she was going to be speaking at, but she took the time to speak for just about 3 minutes on the front side of those remarks about this Minneapolis shooting. Let's listen into that here on Live Now from Fox.
You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers and in cooperation with other law enforcement agencies as well. You've seen me in the last couple of days deploy over 2,000 more officers to the Minneapolis area. And in the last 2 days, we've arrested hundreds and hundreds of dangerous criminals, not just fraudsters who stole from the American people billions of dollars and put it in their pockets and enriched their friends from overseas and themselves, but also individuals who committed acts of murder and rape and trafficking and drug exploitation and child exploitation. So we're going to continue to do our work. And I want to remind everybody that the act like we saw today of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues and the other people around him is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say that it is wrong. And that sanctuary cities and sanctuary states that protect individuals who do that should no longer be allowed. That those individuals that are in leadership positions in these sanctuary jurisdictions need to work with us to make sure that every single person that's out there enforcing the law can be safe, but also so that all of our citizens can continue to be safe too. Domestic acts of terrorism like this will not stand, and I'm grateful that we have the leadership in Washington, D.C. that recognizes it, and will make sure that it's working to keep every single community safe, regardless of who's in charge in that city. President Trump gets up every day and will work to keep people safe, whether they're in a red state or a blue state or in a city that has a Republican mayor or a mayor that has a Democrat mayor. He's going to fight for every single American to make sure they live in a safe community and can raise their kids without fear. Yes.
All right, as you see, that was the statement there from the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem speaking about that ICE-involved shooting. I'm also putting this up on your screen. This is a statement that we have on Truth Social from President Trump. I'm going to read it out for you. We broke this about an hour or so ago when he first put this statement out. But he said, "I have just viewed the clip of the event, which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe that he is alive, but now recovering in the hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirety. But the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They are trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate." Signed there with his name, President Donald J. Trump. And so that's just the reaction from President Trump. We've also, of course, heard now from the mayor of Minneapolis, as well as the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, all speaking out, kind of responding in the opposite to what the president is saying, both of them saying that they don't agree with what they saw on that camera footage. I do want to put this up on the screen. This is from Chad Pergram. He has this response on from Hakeem Jeffries. This just came down on his X account, saying this is what Hakeem Jeffries is saying in response to the ICE shooting. Today in Minneapolis, a Mass Department of Homeland Security agent shot and killed an unarmed woman who was not the target of an immigration enforcement action. There is no evidence that has been presented to justify this killing. Secretary Kristi Noem is a stone-cold liar and has zero credibility. The masked ICE agent who pulled the trigger should be criminally investigated to the full extent of the law for acting with depraved indifference to human life. I pray for the loved ones of the victim and stand with the people of Minneapolis during this difficult time. The American people must reject this cruelty and extremism. And so this reaction is going to continue to pour in. We also have that statement directly from his own X account reiterating basically what he said, that Kristi Noem is a stone cold liar who has zero credibility, ending it there with this heinous killing must be criminally investigated to the full extent of the law. Again, so much to unpack here on Live Now from Fox as we're continuing to check in with some of these live feeds that we have there from Minneapolis, watching the community now gathering at the site where this woman was killed in this ICE-involved shooting earlier today. We have this vantage point. I also want to show you one that we have from above from some of the choppers there in the area, really able to give you a sense of what we're watching. This one might actually be from a different place. I want to take that down here for just a second. But this one here on your screen is the site that we have there from the streets of Minneapolis. We're going to work to learn more information on everything else that's happening behind the scene. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us.
While protecting the safety of everyone involved. Unsafe or illegal actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety, disrupt emergency services, or put people at risk. These actions could result in fines or arrest. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting. As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'd be glad to take any questions. Yeah, and I could let let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I could let the General talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had
and
a
then
lot of work done
MPD,
on
Minneapolis
teams being ready
Police,
to
and
make
other
sure that
local
civil
law
unrest and
enforcement
what that
start to
means,
move
and I
in
think
because
the
now they're
prediction is very
responding
clear. I want Minnesotans to
to
hear this
what
from
was
me.
happening. And we know that
The
there's
desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time, but it needs to be done safely. And I think the commissioner simply just laid out some of those parameters. We can do that. This is the peaceful resistance that we need. Simon, you want to say a few things about what that means to have them on the ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. So for the military, Minnesota National Guard is comprised of 13,000 soldiers and airmen. We live all across and work throughout Minnesota. A warning order is just an initial step to increase your preparations. The Minnesota Guard is always prepared to respond and support state agencies and the citizens of Minnesota. So what that means for us today is just some additional checks on equipment that is ready at all times, and maybe some additional phone calls to service members who might be activated, but no activations. We are embedded with our state agencies here at the Operations Center to just continue parallel planning in the event that we are needed to support.
And I would make note, Mary, and to Minnesotans on this about the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this. Both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just want to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know. We're going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard, we're there responding to the chaos they've created too, but our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. And I'm going to note to all of you, I think it's really important, and the professionals do this, and they train me to do this. This is an open investigation. You need to be very careful about it. I know that many of you, myself included, have seen a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watched their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being. This very well is an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So, no, I have not. But once we do, we will. So, yes. Colonel, would you like to do that? Colonel?
So the question was, how many State Patrol troopers have been deployed to the city of Minneapolis? Right now, we don't talk typical numbers because that is considered security information. We do have a specialized team that does deal with crowd control, and so they have been deployed. But again, they are from all over the state of Minnesota, so they will come in tiers to the state. No, it was in response to this event.
I'm sorry. What was it? Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case that the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission. There's the federal mission when they're under Title 10 orders, and then they're under Title 32 orders. In this warning order, there's nothing officially been done yet. If I am to activate them as the Commander-in-Chief of the Minnesota National Guard, I will issue the executive order to the Minnesota National Guard, and then they will be put in state duty status. And as you've seen over the last few years, that could be flood prevention, that could be after a wind-blowing storm up in the north, up in Bemidji, or it could be COVID or George Floyd response. In this case, again, it doesn't necessarily change the mission. They're there to protect Minnesotans. They're there to serve Minnesotans. I think the thing that is so challenging in the moment we're in is we don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community, and we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there. Total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this is the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things, I don't know what to tell you, and I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota, and you can be assured whether it's the State Patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time, and I want to be very careful. It's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name, and that's very difficult. So, well, one more, Dana. Dana.
Talked to several of them. Many of them are neighbors who live around here. Some of them, a lot of them came from other areas in the Twin Cities metro, but these folks here now are mourning the woman who was killed today. I can tell you, going back to the start here this morning, the sounds of car horns and whistles have tended to follow ICE agents as they move around the Twin Cities metro. It's a concerted effort to, identify their locations and share that with neighbors, and also, in some respects to harass them and let them know that they're not welcome here. And that was the sound that a lot of the neighbors here heard this morning on Portland Avenue. They say that they hear that relatively frequently, but it tends to move away from them also relatively quickly. This time it just stopped, and that's why they were concerned and started looking out their windows or coming outside. To a person, about 10 people I've spoken to now all say that they came outside, they saw, the last one portion of this or another, but from the moment that they stepped out, they saw and heard gunshots, and from their perspective, nobody was at risk and nobody needed to get shot. That's what they said. I'll actually let you just hear from one of the witnesses about just kind of what he saw leading up to the gunfire here.
And I watched as a third person in full camo come and pull several times on the door handle, at which point the red vehicle reversed a few feet and started driving around, and the person who was by the driver's side originally, not the man who pulled on the door, but who was originally there, shot through the driver's side window 3 times.
And one of the things he also told me was no, absolutely not. Nobody's life was at risk when he heard the gunshots. That was echoed by just about everybody who lives on the east or the west side of Portland Avenue here. As I went door to door talking to neighbors, they universally had that opinion. There is a video, however, from one of these yards here that shows an ICE agent. You can go ahead.
Were you on?
Yes. There is one video there, though, that does show an ICE agent get in front of that vehicle, and then the woman moved again. According to several of the people who live down that road there, they did see that, and they had a different opinion about how that went down. But again, everybody seeing this has their own perspective on this, and they come at it from their own unique perspective before this even happened. But their take on the west side of Portland Avenue here was that that was an unnecessary shooting.
All right, Corn, thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And as Corn pointed out too, and as we've been kind of saying throughout the coverage, and I think it's worth just repeating, is there are also legal issues here that we are not experts in and wouldn't pretend to be, but there are, even if you see something and it appears like you come to a conclusion, the law may not be aligned with what you're thinking and feeling. So just really important to remember there's just a lot here to take a look at in addition to the witnesses.
And there's going to be a lot to sift through, right? He talked about, some of those videos being shared, but you also think of Portland as a residential area. You can imagine people have Ring doorbell cameras, the cell phones in addition to that. So law enforcement will have to sift through all of that information, all of that video to pinpoint exactly what happened and what can hold up legally in court as well. We heard from Governor Tim Walz today. We heard from quite a few people. We already heard from Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, as well as Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry. But we did hear from Governor Walz at around maybe about an hour or so ago. He called this day predictable and avoidable, and we want to play that for you so that you can hear it in its entirety.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that an ICE officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We've been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV. And today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear. Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident. But we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this. I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully, as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this. Please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be heard. Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces, marching or walking, not on roadways, making your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs, being present in public areas where pedestrians are allowed, gathering in designated or permitted areas, and these actions will allow people to express themselves while protecting the safety of everyone involved. Unsafe or illegal actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety, disrupt emergency services, or put people at risk. These actions could result in fines or arrest. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting. As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'd be glad to take any questions.
So what do you mean when you say that the National Guard is ready? Would you do
Yeah, and I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I could let the General talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had a lot of work done on teams being ready to make sure that civil unrest. And what that means, and I think Commissioner Jacobson was very clear, and I want Minnesotans to hear this from me. The desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time, but it needs to be done safely. And I think the Commissioner simply just laid out some of those parameters. We can do that. This is the peaceful resistance that we need. Simon, you want to say a few things about what that means to have them on the ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. So for the military, Minnesota National Guard is comprised of 13,000 soldiers and airmen. We live all across and work throughout Minnesota. A warning order is just an initial step to increase your preparations. The Minnesota Guard is always prepared to respond and support state agencies and the citizens of Minnesota. So what that means for us today is just some additional checks on equipment that is ready at all times, and maybe some additional phone calls to service members who might be activated, but no activations. We are embedded with our state agencies here at the Operations Center to just continue parallel planning in the event that we are needed to support.
Thanks, General. And I would make note, Mary, and to Minnesotans on this about the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd. There's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it, and while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes. Yeah.
The demonstrations at these ICE raids have been increasing in intention to the point where we saw one shot and killed today.
Yeah, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this, both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just want to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know we are going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard. We're there responding to the chaos they've created too, but our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. And I look, I'm going to note to all of you, I think it's really important, and the professionals do this, and they train me to do this. This is an open investigation. You need to be very careful about it. I know that many of you, myself included, have seen a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watched their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being. This very well is an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So, no, I have not, but once we do, we will. So, yes. Please. Colonel, would you like to do that? Colonel?
So the governor was mentioning mobilizing more of the state patrol. How many state patrol people are on the ground in Minneapolis right now? And should there have been more state patrol people on the ground a couple of weeks ago when ICE came?
So the question was, how many state patrol troopers have been deployed to the city of Minneapolis? Right now, we don't talk typical numbers because that is considered security information. We do have a specialized team that does deal with crowd control, and so they have been deployed. But again, they are from all over the state of Minnesota, so they will come in tiers to the state.
And they had already been on the ground to some extent before today?
No, it was in response to this event.
One more. Sorry, just to clarify the intention of deploying the National Guard, is there any chance that the National Guard will be deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans?
I'm sorry. What was it?
The National Guard ever be deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans, given the context of what happened earlier today?
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case that the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission. There's the federal mission when they're under Title 10 orders, and then they're under Title 32 orders. In this warning order, there's nothing officially been done yet. If I am to activate them as the Commander-in-Chief of the Minnesota National Guard, I will issue the executive order to the Minnesota National Guard, and then they will be put in state duty status. And as you've seen over the last few years, that could be flood prevention, that could be after a wind-blowing storm up in the north, up in Bemidji, or it could be COVID or George Floyd response. In this case, again, it doesn't necessarily change the mission. They're there to protect Minnesotans. They're there to serve Minnesotans. I think the thing that is so challenging in the moment we're in is we don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community, and we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there, total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this is the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things, I don't know what to tell you, and I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota, and you can be assured whether it's the State Patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time, and I want to be very careful. It's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name, and that's very difficult. So, well, one more, Dana. Look, and I understand the uniqueness of this moment in this week, following this week, seeing what's happening in the backdrop of a show hearing in D.C.
Thanks, Cupid. Thank you.
Can you throw that on the floor?
Nah, Sorter wasn't out there. He reposted someone else's video.
Can you open that? Just throw these in there.
Now we're flip roles for now. John's driving right
All right. Where are we going?
now. Scene. I can get to where I gotta go from the scene.
Portland and 34th.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Why? Why don't you understand?
Stupid vehicle.
Portland Ave and 34th.
Okay, Portland Avenue and East 34th Street. Let's go.
It's a smart assistant, not AI. That's why. Old pre-war tech.
Yeah.
Seriously. Taking all this dumb shit off when I get to my truck. Was Macklin her maiden name then, Chad, I'm guessing? I'm trying to look at. So is Renee Macklin good? Oh. She okay? Are you okay? Yeah, she's fine. Okay. Someone fell, slipped on the ice. Vino almost fell. That would have been good. I caught him slipping a couple times. Identified by her mother. That's crazy. That's so disturbing. Renee Nicole Good, age 37. Is Macklin her maiden name then?
Age 37?
Yeah. Macklin must be her middle name, Chet.
We're still gathering further, but the caller said something about the person being a Pinckney police officer.
Yeah, I'm getting the protest from other activists, so they're sending it to me to be there. Should be a big one.
What? 9700 Chilson Commons, now in the parking lot, Kroger's. The caller was being followed and harassed by her ex-boyfriend. The caller is safe in her car.
Yeah, bots and trolls help.
Was pacing
Hey, thank you, Martha.
in and out of the store entrance break.
Okay. He's still on screen.
Have I eaten since yesterday? Not really, because I was getting ready for my surgery, so I've been running off of adrenaline.
Your caller's in gray Hyundai Kona.
You were down the street from where it happened in Minneapolis.
Last unit.
605, can you send me that call as well? I'm stuck in the car wash right now, but I'll head that way when I'm
She was an observer.
Grab 10-9.
Was doing nothing wrong. They already had her boxed in. You can already tell the way the vehicle was set up.
Name on the suspect.
And then in the video itself, you can see her waving her hand. Like, you can tell the ICE agents, like, go around. I'm not trying to drive in front of her. She was waving her hand out the window at the ICE agents.
Same story, he stops when we're there every time. We'll figure it out when we get there.
Thank you.
I wasn't expecting to be out here this long. I was supposed to have surgery, Chad. I was supposed to have...
I've been spoken. The caller's boyfriend's ex, who is Mariah Amick.
I don't know. I'd probably still be recovering right now from the surgery.
Born in 1995.
Thinking I'd actually be out right now. I would be
No
asleep.
intox or drugs, however, she's had a
cut me
history of
open.
drug abuse.
Okay, I cut you off. No warrants, right?
Yeah.
Not that we know what it is of yet. We haven't had a chance to run her. She's a white female in her 30s.
The ICE agents
Approximately
decided
35 with
tear
7
gas,
150. Beige hat,
chemical
beige
agents,
top, and bottom.
and now we're here.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, she was waving
Okay,
for
so
me.
she's walked back inside now.
She doesn't have any warrants.
All right, thank you.
Who's the boyfriend?
Hey, thank you, Millions for Knives. I appreciate that. Thank you. So we're getting back to the scene where the vigil's going to be. I think we're going to have time to eat. Regardless, as soon as I get back, though, Chad, I'm going to sign off.
Wesley Moran.
And then I'm going to get food and stuff. And then I'm going to be switching to the live view anyway. So.
Boyfriends that
So
got into
everything you see on the internet you might not see right here because again we have that process to go through. And Jim, as we look at this, you and I have talked before about this question of self-defense.
You guys are awesome.
And so as a
If you
law
just started
enforcement
tuning in, the stream will post
veteran, as an
after,
expert
so
in this
just check it
field
and
here, can you
rewind
help
and
us
watch
understand
if
how
you
you're looking at some of these
It's
images?
all been for the last almost 6.5 hours. So we're
Looking
gonna take a
very
break,
close
and then
all day at these images and trying to ascertain is, did the agent have a lawful right to use deadly force because he felt that his life was in imminent threat or he was in imminent threat of serious bodily injury. There's a couple of seminal points in this video. One is the one you showed right at the top, the very first video, was a little longer in the beginning.
Let me have the team play that and pull that up. The longer video, I'm going to ask our controller to pull up the very first video that we aired in the show of this incident. It was longer. We showed some of the tee up there with that other car zooming past and driving away. So as Jim's talking through that, I'll get our team to pull that up here, please.
Yeah, we see this is the very
728, 738. She's just leaving the parking lot headed east.
Okay, does she want contact?
That's affirmative.
All right, we're in the parking lot. In front of Wild Bill's.
Your caller's in a gray Hyundai Kona. We're having her turn your flashers on. She should be the fourth car out from the exit doors.
after you hear the shots, it veers off into that parked car on the side of the street. Christy Noem also issued a statement today, and I don't know if we can put it up on the screen, but just want to give you the perspective of all the different reactions that are coming in as a result of this shooting this morning. Noem saying it was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ran them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively, shot to protect himself and the people around him. My understanding is she was hit and is deceased, and we've confirmed that. This goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and law enforcement are under every single day. Again, that is Department of Homeland Security Secretary Christy Noem, and again, they have deployed about 2,000 ICE agents to the Minneapolis area in the last couple of days and have already made hundreds of arrests, and we know that they continued with ICE operations later today at different locations in spite of this shooting. We've heard from local officials today as well.
Yeah. Let's take a look at a map so that those of you who aren't familiar with this area of East 34th and Portland Avenue, Minneapolis, know exactly where we're talking about. If you know where Powderhorn Park is, then basically you're in that very area there. So this is what happened about 9:37 this morning is when this shooting occurred. It's important to note, and we do have Corn Hoggard on scene, but I'm going to go to him in just a second. Important to note in this situation as journalists and reporters, we're just going to throw the facts to you. We're going to give you the facts as we know it. There's a lot of people out there evaluating what happened from different perspectives. Both their own eyewitness perspective and then, of course, the perspective of elected officials and perspective of the federal government. So we're just going to do our best to try and show you the facts, show you what is there, and we need to play this investigation out like we have any other major event here in the Twin Cities that required a massive investigation. This is one of those. So keep that in mind as you watch your coverage today.
Yeah, those perspectives are very far apart right now.
Yes.
The opinions of what happened very, very far apart. Also want to mention, you heard the governor speaking about 20 minutes ago. We replayed his press conference from 2:40 this afternoon, and he made some announcements about how they're going to operate tonight as they anticipate maybe some protests and some more volatility in the Minneapolis area. They have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. The National Guard has been given a warning order, sort of a heads up to be ready to be activated if they need to be. The mobile response team, that's part of the State Patrol, dozens of those members have been activated as well. And he said he does not want the federal government coming in here and helping out in any way with any sort of military presence. So they've asked people to please be peaceful, not march in the streets, to exercise their right to demonstrate, but not get violent.
His words were, do not give them a reason. I'm going to quote something that he said as he was wrapping it up. He says, exercise your constitutional rights, but do it peacefully, in a peaceful manner. So he was asking, and obviously if you know the history of the state and the history of what's going on here in the last few years, the governor was put in a very similar situation with George Floyd and what erupted after George Floyd. No one is anticipating that that would be the case here, but the governor is trying to assure all of you out there that they are aware of the potential and that they are prepared to protect the public in a case like this if something were to happen as a result of this. So they are being very cautious about it and trying to be diligent about it as we move forward. I did mention that Corn is on scene, and he's been on scene all morning long.
Yeah, and so, and if we can go to Corn now, just let me know. But I also mentioned local law enforcement. They don't work with ICE agents. In fact, the governor said that they don't really get any heads-up coordination information at all. They act very separately. But local law enforcement will come on scene, and they'll monitor the crowd management.
Minneapolis has what's known as a separation ordinance, which means they can't technically cooperate in the way that you might think they should cooperate. State and local government always asks that the federal government let them know what's happening, but that the cooperation kind of ends there. They're not going to help ICE or DHS in any way find somebody. They will show up, as you point out, on the scene if there's if there needs to be an effort to protect the public in that case. I think we do have the name of the victim right now. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we've just confirmed the name of the victim, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. And Lori, who's our producer right now, any confirmation as to whether or not she lived here in the area? Okay. Okay, so this is from Minneapolis City Council. They're saying that she was a Minneapolis resident. And it had been reported earlier by our crews out there that she was a constitutional observer. And there are a number of people who even go through training to know how to exercise their right to be in public, observe what's happening with these detentions, but not, they're trained to not interfere because that is where you can be detained yourself.
And that would be the rub if this investigation plays itself out where the video is showing her and we don't know what precipitated the vehicle being, across lanes of traffic, potentially blocking agents from doing their job. And so that's where the investigation will begin. And obviously it will end with the fatal shooting. But those are the semantics that various agencies will be knee-deep in the hours, days, and weeks to come. And those agencies that will be involved in the investigation are the FBI and the BCA as well, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, will jointly be investigating what happened on scene from a local perspective and then a federal perspective. It's unknown whether or not these ICE agents had body cameras. Some of them do wear those body-worn cameras, but there are many that we're under the impression do not. So we've been given no indication as to whether or not they had them on today. We should note, for those of us who are just joining us, that we do believe that about 5 o'clock, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem will be addressing the public in a news conference type situation from Minneapolis. I know that earlier today she was in Texas where she did make a statement, the one that you just read. But she is, we're being told, will be in Minneapolis, probably already arrived if she's on time, and we'll step in front of a microphone around 5 o'clock. We'll take that live as soon as that happens when we are given the go-ahead. Let's go up to Corin now, who's been live on the scene at 34th and Portland in Minneapolis since early this morning. So Corin, just kind of walk us through what the day has been like and what you're seeing at the scene now.
Yeah, I do think listening to you guys for the last several minutes, a couple of key points of context maybe come from the folks I've talked to. I think about 10 of them, maybe a little more, on the west side of Portland Avenue here. We've seen the video, and people have whatever perspective on that may help them kind of establish what they believe happened and what should or shouldn't have happened. I can say that a lot of the witnesses I talked to said that the woman was getting conflicting orders from ICE agents. And so you saw, they said she was blocking the road. Well, you saw her car on the road. So what they're telling me was that at least one ICE agent and maybe more were telling the woman to get out of here. And then as soon as she tried to get out of here, other agents were trying to keep her here. And so that, I think, when you look at the video, that is something to keep in mind. She's getting conflicting orders from the ICE agents on site. Another thing I'm noticing here just now, and then I can kind of circle back to what happened throughout the day, but this crowd is getting a lot bigger as the day goes on. So the police have cleared out of here. First, they cleared ICE out down 34th. Then Minneapolis Police and Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies remained on the scene as kind of the investigation was underway. We saw the FBI here. We saw BCA here conducting investigative operations. And then as soon as they all left, this kind of filled the vacuum.
Oh my God, you ripped my hearing out. Emailed them, said, look what she did to my fingers. And then the email showed was taking me my wallet.
Narrative, I'll call them back and find out.
Well, that's why we have a scrubber on TV. Obviously, people are very highly energized out there with a lot of emotions. And we, the media, are often the target of that, and that's okay. We can handle that.
We have a camera rolling at these scenes. And it's emotional. Today has been an extremely emotional day.
Understandably.
And then you're just getting all of these statements and perspectives from lawmakers that are just coming in rapid fire as well.
So again, Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, is expected to be in front of a camera and a microphone in about a half hour from now. Obviously, we'll take that live as well. It's coming up on 4:30, 30 minutes after the hour. I'm going to bring our viewers up to speed on those of you who may just be settling in for the day and trying to figure out exactly what happened this morning. At about 9:30 this morning is when this shooting occurred. It occurred at an area in Minneapolis, East 34th and Portland Avenue. The way we understand it was a targeted arrest that was taking place or was scheduled in that area by ICE agents. And those often, as you know, attract the constitutional observers. They also attract the activists and the demonstrators, which is exactly what happened. This woman, now identified as 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, was in a vehicle, a maroon-colored Honda Pilot, parked crossways in the traffic. ICE agents rolled up. She was blocking traffic, allegedly, and asked her to move. That's when the shooting occurred.
And so since 9:30 this morning, this has been volleyed around, publicly by all elected officials. We've had our state and local officials hold news conferences. Mayor Jacob Frey saying the perspective of Department of Homeland Security. He called it, quote, garbage. And then we have the President of the United States and DHS Secretary Noem saying that the agents acted defensively. There is cell phone video that exists, but very quickly we're realizing that everybody can watch the same video, and you're going to get a number of very different perspectives, and those perspectives are not at all close together right now.
Well, Mayor Frey actually said the federal perspective was BS, as he put it, but he said the actual words. And he also said the actual words when he didn't ask, he commanded ICE to get the F out of town. So it was very, very emotional, very pointed this morning when Mayor Frey took to the podium. Governor Walz, no profanity, but he was also very directive in terms of his thoughts on whether ICE was in the right or the wrong, whether these agents were in the right or the wrong, and whether they should be here or not at all. And he was very clear that they should not.
Right. And so what we don't really know, those videos are so far away that you cannot tell what's happening in the exchange between an officer who goes to the door handle of the driver's side of the car,
you guys are clear of yourself?
what is said between the officer and the woman inside the car, and then there's another officer that comes to the front of the vehicle as well. It happens so quickly. But again, we are managing a lot of reaction tonight and just trying to report to you what is happening that we can tell you factually right now. And that is that the state is going to put together a response in the event that there are protests tonight, and they've activated their emergency response office. They've activated some state patrol that are part of that emergency response. They've given a heads up to the National Guard as well in the event that they would have to be activated.
When she mentioned the protests, there was an earlier witness I saw interviewed just on the show before this, where they said that there were also people who would come out, that this is near a local school, and so they came out to make sure the children could get to school safely. That's something I saw when I was on the ground in Charlotte, North Carolina, when Border Patrol had an enhanced presence there in November. And so sometimes what can look like protest is also just a way of a neighborhood watch. She mentioned the whistles. That's been a common thing we've seen in communities. They handed those out in New Orleans and Chicago and Charlotte in order to alert neighbors in the area. It's sort of a way that people who think that they might not get targeted can alert others that they may get targeted. I also thought it was interesting, though, that this was a purposeful but peaceful protest. That's something we really weren't able to square quite yet until that interview, Hallie, because that line that the car was straddling is a parking line. So it could have been, I thought, potentially someone who was trying to pull out from being parked legally on the side of the road. But that witness said that she does believe that this car was parked perpendicular rather, in order to block the ICE officers from coming through. I think that was key, just to understanding the friction in the situation. Again, not taking sides of who is right or who is wrong here. Also, the fact that the officer yelled, "Stop." That's something we haven't been able to hear as much of. A lot of the audio we get really comes from the person who's holding the phone. Obviously, they're very loud and close to their phone and shouting, but it's something that the president said in his Truth Social post, that he talked about a lot of the screaming he heard. It's also interesting and notable that the officer did tell her to stop and then fired. Just more details as we're getting in to understand this tense situation that we're only seeing seconds of, that I thought was really notable. But again, really curious to see what Jim has to say, and if it's common for law enforcement to block what would be a Good Samaritan physician from trying to administer aid if they do have a professional on the way, although she mentioned it was a 15-minute wait.
Julia Ainsley, thank you for that. Jim Kavanaugh, in the minute we have left, your thoughts here.
Yeah, well, every law enforcement agency has to render aid to any injured person on the site of a shooting like this. Any kind of a shooting, any kind of a violent activity, they have to administer first aid. That's part of the protocol of every law enforcement officer. So I think ICE deserves some criticism here. Even an agent should do that. Every agent should do that. Every agent is trained in first aid. So there should be somebody there that examines the victim. Now it's possible that they went over there and looked and there's no chance of survival at all. That can happen as well. I mean, a shot between the eyes or something, and there's just really nothing you can do.
Okay.
The physician, again, that's a call. Are you there? Can you render aid, CPR? Then you could let the physician help you. You're not preserving a crime scene. You're trying to preserve a life. And as it turns out, Hallie, paramedics carry the victim out, according to your witness, by their arms and legs. So the scene is disrupted anyway. You always render aid. So ICE should really make sure they're doing that. We'll have to see what they say about it. Mm-hmm.
Jim Kavanaugh, thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and a thanks to all of our team who's been working on reporting this story out, including on the ground there in Minneapolis. A lot more to get through here on the show. We're going to sneak in a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Control is clear.
1736.
You can show me clear and tell me what's next.
Implications. Obviously, as many of you out there know, these types of ICE ramp-ups have occurred in other cities throughout the country as well, Chicago being one, Washington, D.C. being another, and there are others that are allegedly on the list that the administration would like to do the same for. Minneapolis was brought to the forefront with all the fraud allegations that occurred in the last several weeks, which is the primary reason, according both to the federal government and state government, why so many agents
4781, you want to make a
here
phone
at
call
this
on a
point.
PPO violation that
Number
occurred
of
this
agents,
morning?
by the way, as of yesterday, more than 2,000. But what happens here was feared to have, what happened here was feared to have potentially happened in any one of these cities over the course of the last several weeks as the temperature ramps up between ICE agents
Negative, but they were both on the way to
in the
court
local communities who do
this
not
morning,
want them
and
there.
And I guess I
apparently
was
he was
working
following her.
during the detention of two people at a site in Chanhassen a little over a month ago. Maybe it wasn't even a month ago, but it was in December. And
Absolutely.
The longer these go on, the more volatile it becomes because people are sharing their location on social media. More people arrive. And in that situation, there were two men who were in the rafters of a home that was under construction, and they were refusing to come down. So it lasted for several hours, and in that time, the crowd continued to build and build, and then it became. I felt like it became very volatile because the crowd's pushing in, the agents are pushing back, they're ready to deploy pepper spray, and eventually those agents just left the scene. One of the men had come down, the other was still up there, and I think they determined that probably it wasn't safe anymore for the agents, and they just needed to leave that area. So we don't know what it was like this morning before this happened, but afterwards there were crowds that continued to gather after this shooting, and then there was pepper spray that was deployed as they tried to get their vehicles out of there. And tonight we're continuing to watch people come to this site and put down flowers. They're putting candles down by this cross. Again, the victim, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, and we are trying to learn more about who she was. And we've been told that she was an observer there, which is perfectly legal, and we've done stories. In fact, there was one last night from groups that try to educate the public on their rights and how they can safely and peacefully be a constitutional observer at one of these sites, where you can stand, what you're legally allowed to do in public with a camera.
Yeah, and it really, I mean, as much as you can try to instruct people, there are always people who do not adhere to that, and that did happen this morning, and it happens almost every time, and those are the challenges that not only state and local government have with reminding people what are their legal rights, reminding people what your constitutional rights are, and also towing a line that is legal and keeps them safe. That's the situation that unfolded this morning.
All right, we have been listening to the coverage there in Minneapolis, Fox 9. We will continue to follow always the very latest right here for you. We are going to keep you, though, in Minneapolis. It has been a very, very busy day. As soon as this breaking news happened, we've been providing you the coverage, but we want to go out right now to Minneapolis, near the scene of where this all happened today. Liviana Calmes is joining us here with the latest breakdown as this operation with ICE was just getting underway.
Right, Mike, and like they were saying just before this was a wild scene here after the incident. Protesters, what my guess is, because I was over there too, was over 300 people yelling, chanting at the Minneapolis police. They are really just saying they don't want ICE in the city, and they don't believe that the claiming self-defense in this situation was warranted for this woman's death. Now, this all, the chanting, the protest happened right around where the incident happened, and DHS confirmed an ICE officer did shoot and kill a woman who was driving her car when it all happened. They are claiming the agent fired shots out of self-defense at that woman who they say was trying to run officers over. Now, the mayor here went on a presser today saying he doesn't believe this was all self-defense, but outside that whole scene, that's where those crowds started. They ultimately chased after State Patrol, law enforcement. They even burnt an American flag and, again, yelled at police to arrest ICE. And that mayor, Minneapolis mayor, that is speaking after the incident, saying he just wants ICE out of the city.
Doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people.
ICE needs to get out. We don't want them here. We value our community. We value our immigrants. They're what makes our community our community. ICE doesn't belong here. We want them out. We want them to stop kidnapping our neighbors and our friends and our families.
The Department of Homeland Security said that earlier this week they sent 2,000 agents onto the ground in Minnesota to arrest fraudsters and other violent criminals. And they say as of yesterday they'd arrested hundreds already in the state. and state politicians, really people and politicians, legislators across the nation are reacting to this. The big sentiment from those protesters is that this didn't need to happen. Mike?
And Liviana, explain the scene when you have the protesters not only urging ICE to get out there, but screaming at them. Just talk about this chaotic scene that was playing out there.
Yeah, it was very chaotic. I mean, you had people doing some drums with the chants, several different people leading different chants, and you had the Minneapolis police, who are not with ICE, right? So Minneapolis police were there, as well as some FBI members as well. Now, the FBI members had protesters walk them to where their car is, throw snowballs at them, and I mentioned earlier, but burning an American flag as well. So you can imagine the scene, people running around trying to get video on their phones, and that crowd just kept getting bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. Liviana Calmes, stay safe out there. Thanks so much for the updates. We really appreciate it, as always. Yeah, it's definitely a war of the words going on right now. You have the President Trump saying that the protester that was shot and killed was an agitator. And then you have the governor, Tim Walz, saying that maybe this ICE agent was a rogue agent there. So a lot going on there in Minneapolis today. We will continue to follow it all right here for you. We'll take a 2-minute break. Be back with more on Live Now.
That's on my tender. Go ahead. You chose clear in returning to main for end shift. Clear.
We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much again for joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. A busy evening, and we continue to bring you the coverage from Minneapolis. The news coming just moments ago that the woman killed by ICE was identified as Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old, and we are expecting a vigil to be happening pretty soon in the next hour. We are also expecting DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to be speaking live from Minneapolis as well. So we will have both for you and bring you that coverage as it's happening all right here. We are also getting some more reaction from lawmakers tonight, including, of course, right in Minnesota, Representative Andy Craig putting this statement out, U.S. Rep for Minnesota's 2nd District, making this statement. Let's listen in right now on Live Now from Fox.
Clear.
I, along with many of my fellow elected officials, law enforcement agencies, and community members, have warned of the dangers of the Trump administration's chaotic, reckless, and unnecessary ICE operations in our cities. Today, our worst fears became reality when an ICE agent shot and killed a woman in South Minneapolis. This is beyond unacceptable. It's unconscionable, and it's sickening. President Trump and his administration will try to justify their meddling in Minnesota, and they will continue to lie and say it's about keeping folks safe. But Minnesotans know that isn't true. It's a flat-out lie. Today, the president's political stunt got a woman killed. Trump's actions have never been about keeping people safe. They've never been about catching criminals. They've always been about weaponizing our immigration system and using immigrant communities as political pawns. President Trump, Secretary Noem, hear me loud and clear. ICE must leave Minnesota now. We are a nation of immigrants. Immigrants are essential members of our communities. Immigrants make up the fabric of our state, and they make us stronger. To my fellow Minnesotans, stay peaceful, take care of one another, and know that I am fighting this reckless administration at every turn. We won't back down.
All right, that was the statement made earlier today, and now we are continuing to show you this live look right now of the visual that is expected to get going in just a moment. We also have Skyfox visuals as well. Let's show this to you high up above, where we do have more people circulating in the area in Minneapolis, just right near where all of this happened earlier today. Okay, just moments ago, we did have Representative AOC speaking on this matter. Let's listen in right now on Live Now.
And has been for a long time around ICE, that this will be used as an anti-civilian force, that it has no accountability. At the end of the day, what we saw today is a murder. And murders in cold blood need to be prosecuted. And we've seen what happened to this woman I believe it was just a few blocks away from where George Floyd was murdered. And what we need to see is this incident
via courtyard manor of Howell, 205 Francis Road, a 74-year-old male, conscious and breathing. He fell in the bathroom, hit his head on the toilet.
And shoot her in the head.
Okay, we're literally pulling into Maine right now. Can 105 or somebody take it?
I think what we saw today was a manifestation of every American's worst nightmare, which is their government turning into a tyranny.
Do you believe he should be arrested, the officer involved?
I think what we saw was a murder today, and I think that we need, of course.
You said that she was fleeing for her life. Do you know that she was fleeing?
I think we saw this vehicle, and listen, part of a due process is to allow an investigation of what transpired and what occurred. I think what we saw was a woman trying to reverse her vehicle and leave the scene.
I will be back in the vehicle, and we will be en route to LCJ.
Weaponizing her vehicle. What do you say to that?
I think that
they're transporting one to the jail, and
their editorializing of this event to justify a public murder is disgusting. It is horrifying. And watch it for yourself. Watch it for yourself. And make that assessment to yourself and which of these leaders are lying to you with their statements.
Some of your Senate Democratic colleagues have suggested using...
Right, AOC tonight going off on the agent that killed the woman earlier today in Minneapolis, calling that agent a criminal as well as a murderer. So that is just some of the reaction from Democrats this evening. We have a look right now of where the news conference is going to be happening with Secretary Noem. That is slated to happen at the top of the hour. So we are moments away from that. As soon as it gets going, we will bring it to you without any commercial interruption. In the meantime, I do want to show you a live look right now high above Skyfox, showcasing the visual that is expected to get going in just a little bit as well for the woman that was killed earlier today. All right, we want to now continue our coverage, bring you out more of our 74-year-old male, Texas breathing. He fell in the bathroom, his head on the toilet, Central South, 1753. Of this incident.
I also want to wait your stand-up.
Safe in neighborhoods and monitoring that crowd for any potential violence.
You may be wondering what we know about 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, we know nothing other than that she is being described as a Minneapolis resident, a neighbor. Other than that, we do not know anything. Earlier, it was described. She was described before identified. The victim was described as a constitutional observer, someone who was there, as we have often seen, and often with cell phones, recording the operations of federal agents. But other than that, we do not know. We don't know the context of why she was there other than that.
And we're working to try to get more information about her and just what preceded all of this, because it happened so quickly. When you watch those videos, we're talking a matter of seconds. And so we're trying to get as much information as we possibly can before you see that video start. What was the scene like? What was happening? Where was she in conjunction with where the detention was happening in this ICE situation that was unfolding, and what were the commands at the time? It's very loud when you listen to a lot of the videos with sound on them. The scene is very loud because there's a large crowd that's gathering, so the people who are shooting those videos are too far away to hear what may have been taking place between the agents and the woman in the car. And so those are all things that have to be independently evaluated as part of this this investigation. And there is a high level of tragic irony in this as well. It was just last night on Fox 9, Maury Glover did a lengthy piece on this constitutional observer philosophy. There was a group that were training Minneapolis residents and others on how to peacefully, safely observe these types of operations, these types of events, record these events, but do it lawfully and peacefully.
4781 on
and then just this morning, we see, and this person, if what we're hearing is accurate, was a constitutional observer, or described as one anyway, and she lost her life in that process. In Governor Walz's words, when he talked to us briefly before, he said this was totally predictable and totally avoidable, in his words. Yeah, he said a number of times as the ICE presence increased that he was worried about violence and that people would be hurt in all of this, because they do become it becomes a volatile scene when you bring in the ICE presence and the protesters combined. The two groups, there's just a lot of tension that exists between the two groups when these ICE detentions are being carried out. I should let you know that allegedly in about 4 minutes or so, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is supposed to take to a podium and give us a brief statement. I don't know if it's brief, a statement regarding this as well. She did in Texas. There's a shot of where she will be. Natalie, do we know where this is taking place? I know they were trying to keep it under wraps as best they could. Okay, yeah, we don't know exactly where it is, but we do know that's where she will be taking to the mic. Earlier, from Texas, so since this afternoon she has flown from Texas up to here, she did make a statement on this. We will watch very closely to see if anything about that earlier statement changes now several hours later, but I'll give you just a brief, quick synopsis of what she said. I'm not going to read the whole thing. She calls it an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively, shot to protect himself and the people around him. My understanding is she was hit and is deceased. That was her statement earlier this afternoon from Dallas, Texas. I believe she was in Dallas. But we will have much more information when she takes to the podium, we expect in the next few minutes if they're on time. Yeah, and we were told that ICE operations continued today as well. So in spite of this, and the ramp up started this week with about 2,000 agents coming in to the cities to increase the ICE presence here. You've probably noticed that from a national perspective, the President of the United States has taken aim at the state of Minnesota, calling it a sanctuary state and Minneapolis a sanctuary city. And there's been this tension building between the governor and the president. And so that's all leading up to all of this. And the governor has spoken publicly about his concerns about these ICE raids. And, you know,
the words that have been going back and forth between the governor, local officials, and the president, it's been a tense time between these elected officials.
Ramped up significantly in the last couple or 3 weeks since the federal fraud investigation unfolded as well. You may ask yourself, why Minneapolis, why 2,000, why the largest influx of federal agents in the history of U.S. into a city? It is tied directly, and through the admission of the federal government, that it's tied directly to the fraud investigation that is going on in our Somali community. And they decided to use that as an opportunity to bring those agents into Minneapolis and launch this massive immigration move.
And there have been these immigration these actions that have taken place in other large cities like Chicago, D.C., Portland as well. The additional part of that is that Homeland Security said they were bringing in agents specifically to go door to door, also investigating potential fraud suspects. And a lot of that goes back to 2020 and this Feeding Our Future investigation, where there were these child nutrition programs set up during the pandemic that were found to be fraudulent, hundreds of millions of dollars. And then as a result of that, in the last couple of years, there are other agencies that have been under the microscope, and there are questions about government dollars going to other programs as well. And so it's also created this war of words between elected officials at the state level and at the national level, and our elected officials really at every level, the House and the Senate, and that's state and national as well. And again, this is a picture of the vigil right now that continues to grow. And as night falls, you can see the candles are lit up. And Mike Manzoni telling us the crowd has been relatively quiet, but there is a microphone there, and they're starting to organize. And this is the 5 o'clock vigil that they had called for. And it's hard to tell from this particular shot just how many people might be there, but we did see an aerial a while ago, and it looks like a pretty big crowd there at 34th and Portland, which is a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, we can see some animation with the person with the mic right now. We cannot hear what they're saying, but you can understand that there is a...
Oh, but we can. We were watching the coverage there of Fox 9 in Minneapolis, where they just talking about that vigil that is taking place. We have the audio there, and we'll crank it up here for you live now from Fox as we bring it to you raw and unfiltered.
Because there are people out there that are too scared to step out of their house. We need you, because you can show up. You can show up without fear. You can be you. You can walk in your own skin and be a human being in their eyes. And there are people out there that are being dehumanized by this administration. We need you. Say shame! Shame! I want to close this off with one message, and it is my favorite chant because it is the most true thing. And I truly believe that we need to believe it. Every single one of us needs to believe it. I'm going to say, who keeps us safe? And then you're going to say, we keep us safe, okay? Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe. Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe. Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe. Thank you, Minneapolis. Give it up for America, goddammit! If we do not have each other, we have nothing. And when I see this crowd of all of our community members from all walks of life, I see that we are in solidarity with each other. And we are not afraid to defend our democracy and defend our people.
Call 15 on town, out of service. Have a good evening.
He is well.
We have two speakers with the Twin Cities Coalition for Justice.
36 Central.
Go ahead.
He'll be out on a follow-up. Can I get some checks, please?
People in power right now in our city who do not allow any accountability to occur, who have killed community members like Mariah Samuels and Allison Lucier. Say shame to police violence. Shame!
General.
Noah with the Twin Cities Coalition for Justice. Their struggle is our
453.
struggle.
Evidence PI at 59 in Mallard Pond.
Don't be shy.
Jeep versus another vehicle with a head-on. There are injuries.
Good evening, my name is Noah. I'm an organizer with the Freedom Road Socialist Organization and the Twin Cities Coalition for Justice. And I'm
22 responds, 31 for a head-on collision with exhortation, Osceola, 59 in Mallard Pond, 59 Mallard Pond in the eastbound lanes. There's a Jeep versus another vehicle head-on. Driver of one of the vehicles is trapped. Still gathering further. Central's out at 1804.
deepest condolences and my heart to the family.
Clear.
They lost someone who truly cared and somebody who deserved to live a long and full life, and ICE took that today.
Station 20, Station 22 responds.
Shame.
31 for a head-on collision with exhortation, Osceola, 59 and Mallard Pond, 59 Mallard Pond in the eastbound lanes. Jeep versus another vehicle head-on. Central's out at 1804.
She showed
Central
up to
from
watch
engine
the
20.
terrorists. She showed up to observe the
Go ahead, engine 20.
We're going to be clear of East Mar. We're going to be responding to the exhortation. Did they say which vehicle that the driver was trapped in?
Working on that now.
Central Rescue 20 responding with 3.
And we will not stand for that.
Rescue 20 with 3.
Renee did not set out to commit terrorism. This morning she set out
Central units responding. The exhortation will be in the white sedan that's involved. White sedan.
She cares. Because she
Engine
cared
20 is clear on the white
for her
sedan, Central.
neighbors,
Thank you.
Because she cared for the people in this city, and that is more than any ICE agent or any police officer could say.
Traffic.
And I'm tired of seeing police collaborate with ICE. I'm tired of seeing the Minneapolis Police Department with their backs to the ICE agents and with their guns and their batons facing the people.
Center and eastbound lanes closed. We got one vehicle on this side.
Clear center and eastbound lanes closed. One vehicle on the side at 1806.
And ICE needs to get out of our city. The Twin Cities Coalition for Justice, we are organizing for political power.
4736
we understand
your
that
status.
the police cannot be reformed. We understand that ICE cannot be reformed. And we understand that we need democratic control over the Minneapolis police.
4736 your status.
That ICE agents leave our cities. We also demand the end to mass deportations.
7-2 going.
And we demand that the ICE agent who killed Renee Good today be prosecuted to the fullest extent. We demand full accountability and justice for Renee.
We got one entrapped, barely breathing, agonal.
Don't believe the
Clear.
lies.
EMS times 2 is possibly 3. One entrapped, agonal breathing.
Don't be confused by this administration. Don't be confused by the lies.
Breathing for PD on scene.
We have to see clearly, straight through those lies. And we have to keep on showing up in these streets. We have to keep on standing together. We are the only ones who keep us safe. So keep showing up. And don't just show up.
4736
Get organized. Join an organization. If you're not in an organization, join one. Because we need you in this fight. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Loretta Van Pelt. I'm also a member of Freedom Road Socialist Organization and a member of Twin Cities Coalition for Justice. My comrade said it best. I don't know what more to say other than all I know is I've been very emotional today.
Injury accident in Osceola. 59 in Mallard Pond, 59 Mallard Pond, eastbound lanes, head-on collision. Central's out at 1808.
I live in South Minneapolis. I'm from South Minneapolis, so this hurts deep. again, and it's not far from where George Floyd was killed. And again, another cop, whatever
Survival flight not
someone
available.
on these streets, and that's not right.
Clear, thank you.
I'm sick of hearing about I'm an educator. I'm sick of hearing that children don't want to come to school. Their families don't want to send them to school because they're afraid ICE
Zero Santo 6, being watching off, Bill by Jackson.
their kids will come home and there's nobody there because ICE took their parents away.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sick of hearing the stories. I'm sick of hearing.
It should be a white sedan. It'll be the one on its side.
ICE is terrorizing my neighbors. ICE is
Clear,
killing
thank you.
my neighbors. This has got to stop. I'm beyond the thoughts and prayers. I'm enraged now.
47103 on Tony.
So when we are under attack, we better fight back.
47103.
So, like I echo the same.
59 Miller Pond, one of the five, one
we need to
at least 2 or 3 patients, one agonal breathing.
And we need to get ICE out of our city. That's all I gotta say. Thank you very much.
If you were arrival, you got 59 shut down.
Clear 59, shut down.
All you need, you can send me that head on. Arrival IC 1810. Status. 3905. I'll be out of service. Have a good weekend.
You as well. Break 4718, go ahead.
Yeah, that crash on 59. The 16 number after that. My arrival.
I'll do a call and response in Spanish, so just repeat after me. Aquí estamos. Y no nos vamos.
Engine 20, go ahead and bring up your jaws as well.
Aquí estamos. Y no nos vamos.
Central Fire Marshal 2.
Y si nos echan.
Give me an EMER channel, please.
Nos regresamos. Aquí
Emergency 1, EMER 1 for comms.
Y no
Copy.
vamos. Y si nos echan.
Central 2, all units responding to the accident. Their fires requested EMER 1. EMER 1.
Central Engine 21 responding with 5. Engine 21.
Thank you, everybody. We're actually going to keep it going in Spanish.
4749 is up on EMER 1.
Entonces yo voy a tener mi amigo aquí, Pablo Tapia, de la Asamblea de Derechos Civiles. Bienvenidos.
I just want to get, there's 3 patients.
Oh.
Not sure. PD advised there was either 2 or 3, but we never got a confirmation.
Alright, start something else party 3 until we can confirm.
Yo no soy el que él anunció, pero lo únicamente que quiero decirles es que a todos mis hermanos americanos, la gente de la raza blanca y todos los somalianos debemos de unirnos hoy más que nunca. We should be united now more than ever. It doesn't matter what race you are. Let's get together and fight for this. Eso es todo lo que yo les puedo decir, amigos, que podamos votar, que podamos apoyar. Tenemos un grupo de patrulleros de Mayra Guevara y estamos apoyando a la comunidad. Hay que estar unidos todos. Hoy necesitamos más que nunca unirnos, no importa la raza. Gracias. My name is David Lee, and I'm thankful to be here, and I'm glad that we're all here. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, purple, green. We are here for Mrs. Good. And there will be no more injustice.
105, right, wait,
Put your hands together. If you have a lighter, put it up and let's have a moment of silence for Miss Renee Good. Let's go. She died innocently, and there will be no more innocent people dying. Not on my watch, not on your watch. I thank God. I thank everybody here. We are Renee. We are Mrs.
Perfect. We're going to have 2 patients. One's going to be an expensive extrication.
There are 2 patients, one's expensive extrication. I was going to send 10633. Do you still need them? 10230 en route.
Central 504, if there's only 2 patients, 2 units are acceptable.
Okay, okay. 106, you can disregard your patient.
Well, you guys say this is what community looks like, right? Got it? Show me what community looks like! This is what community looks like! Show me what community looks like! This is what community looks like! Show me what community looks like! This is what community looks like!
47103.
Show me what community looks like! This is what community looks like!
Should we arrive at SJL? I'll be on a hospital here.
Rise up! Take a stand! Rise up! Take a stand! No one is illegal on stolen
You want to shut down 59 please.
Rise up!
Hey,
Take a stand! Rise up! Take a stand! No one is illegal on stolen land! No one is illegal on stolen land! Rise up! Take a stand! Rise up! Take a stand! No one is...
Central 108.
108.
Oh, yeah, hospital ending 15 even.
15 even at 6.
And really, this day is not only just for Renee, but it's for the rest of us. A tragedy happened today.
103, respond, 33 for 6, call Brighton City, 427 South Church, 427 South Church Street with a cross dispenser. It's going to be for 28-year-old male with the flu. Sun goes out at 1816.
Just to brutalize black and brown bodies. And it is no surprise that in the same city that George Floyd was killed, that another death took place at the hands of a militarized rogue system.
Yeah, you want to shut it down in Michigan when you get up this way.
We heard our brother talk about accountability with the police system.
Taking the eastbound shot here from my underway now.
There is no accountability.
Thanks.
No amount of transparency can change the fact that these systems are just inherently racist and meant to brutalize black and brown bodies and to control the poor. It is domestic violence. But, and I want to say,
21 arrival.
We outside. But, despite it all, when we were driving around, hell, if you were walking, and shout out to you bus riders, right? Shout out to transit. But when we looked at every corner in this city today, what did we see? Protests. We saw people with whistles. We saw people giving notifications, checking license plates. We saw honking. We saw the whistling. We heard it. This city stood up and protected itself. It mobilized. And we're going to continue to need this action. I'm sorry. This is horrific. We pray for our sister. And we will pray for her continuing on. However, we need to maintain the resistance. I don't say burn yourself out. Take care of yourself. We can't take care of anything unless we take care of ourselves first. But we need to be in community. Mutual aid and solidarity isn't just a word.
4719. From arrival, I've got to shut down eastbound at 59 Michigan.
We will continue to need bodies outside, monitoring license plates and notifying people. Because when people hear those whistles, when people heard those car honks, that was a notification to your neighbors, to your community, that a threat is nearby. So they knew to either scram or to hide or to be safe.
Rapid response.
It shouldn't be this way, but guess what? It is this way. So what I'm saying is, who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
And however you do that, however you did that today, that made a fucking difference. We kept people from getting kidnapped. And we're going to continue to need that. Take care of each other. Stay vigilant. Stay militant. Right now, the inevitable happened, right? Horrific. But what they want is for us to make a mistake. Don't give them that.
Keep it peaceful.
They want us to pop off. And we know we can pop off, right? But be militant. Be intentional and show up for each other. We're going to need it. It's a long fight. Say her name. Renee Good. Renee Good. Renee Good. I love you, Minneapolis.
34th, we're asking people to start shifting north towards 33rd so we can make more space for people to congregate on this block. Just to make everything clear. Okay. Everyone take a couple steps the other way, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the right way. No Trump! No troops! Twin Cities ain't licking boots! No Trump! No troops! Twin Cities ain't licking boots! No Trump! No troops! Twin Cities ain't licking boots! No Trump!
Let's listen in here as we will have Secretary Noam moments away.
3, 4, 5. You want more or are you good? Well, check. 1, 2, 3. Good. 12 there. All right. I gotta call Susan back. We're good?
You have traffic. Good copy.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. I want to start out by addressing the loss of life that we saw here in Minneapolis today. Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation it was preventable. I've spoken to the president today on the situation here on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while ago with Governor Walz and spoke to him as well. I want to reiterate first with all of you the facts of what happened today. At 10:25 a.m. Central Time, Immigration and Customs Enforcement were carrying out lawful operations here in Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones. Today alone, in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them, and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in this city today and why we've been here. In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous criminal illegal aliens, terrorists, and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal, to defraud, and to perpetuate violence against American citizens. Regardless of who your mayor or who your governor is, President Trump promised every single American that he would make America safe again. He promised every single American that he would work to protect them from dangerous criminals. Since Governor Walz has been in charge of Minnesota, we have seen homicides go up by over 50%. That's also during Mayor Frye's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released over 470 violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis. He has another 680 of them still within his jurisdiction that he could give to us today to face the consequences for their crimes. Because Governor Walz and Mayor Frye refuse to protect Minnesotans and instead they protect these criminals, that's why we are here. And we didn't just show up yesterday, we've always been here. But we're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country and because we're no longer going to allow illegal criminals to damage and harm, to kill, to sexually abuse, to proliferate drugs, and to steal American taxpayers' dollars. This state has faced unprecedented immigration fraud.
I know it's always away from me, but I'm sending you the drugs from Marion Township because it's the most
individuals were allowed to come into this country and set up fake companies and fake nonprofits and divert billions of dollars away from American citizens and those vulnerable citizens who truly needed the services from those programs. This city has burned before, and your mayor and your governor let it happen. President Trump is not going to let that happen. He and our federal law enforcement officers are here to bring peace and to bring public safety and to ensure that criminal activity is stopped and that people who perpetuate it will face consequences. Since we have been here in recent weeks, we have arrested over 1,500 criminals off of the streets. Our law enforcement has arrested murderers, known and suspected terrorists, child pedophiles, and other brutal criminals that were protected here in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and the women and the families who live here in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota, and live throughout this entire country. I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for focusing on the important work that our federal officers do and make sure that we're focused on the priorities of this country, and that's making sure that we're keeping people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Secretary, no, Mayor Frye called the claims of self-defense BS. How do you respond to that?
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Secretary, can you expand too on the agent's injuries? The president said that he's lucky to be alive.
The officer was hit by the vehicle. She hit him. He went to the hospital. A doctor did treat him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with his family.
Can you clarify whether he was hit before or after the gunshots were fired?
I can't, but the FBI will continue the investigation and release more facts when it's appropriate.
Secretary, no, has the agent been relieved of his duty, or can you give us any other insight?
No, we're following the standard protocol procedures we do in situations like this. When there's an officer-involved shooting, we make sure that we get the facts and that we are getting the statements from everybody involved and make sure that investigators are handling the decisions.
Secretary, no,
I got people here that are trying to get back into the west entrance
No,
of
we're still out on
Mallet
the streets
Are
doing
they
our
able
work
to
to
get
get dangerous criminals off of the streets of Minneapolis.
Any insight into your conversation with the governor?
You know, Tim and I have known each other for years. We served in Congress together. We both ran for governor the same year and have served as governor at the same times. So we were colleagues, and we discussed what happened here today. We have two very different viewpoints of it. I talked specifically about the fact that we have laws. They need to be enforced. He knows that I believe sanctuary policies have protected criminals and placed a priority of them over the citizens that live here, and he knows we'll continue to do our work, and I encouraged him to work with us. We've never had a cooperative arrangement with law enforcement here. Whenever we've done investigations, whenever we've done police work, when we've been doing what we can to bring people to justice for the crimes that they commit, we haven't had the cooperation of the state of Minnesota or the city police here under the mayor's direction. If you talk to any of these federal law enforcement officers, they'll say that when they call for backup in a situation, that it's hit and miss. They were grateful today that the police chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage them to work with us, that we could form a partnership that would make sure that individuals have the opportunity to have a safe Minneapolis.
Secretary, will body
over here.
Do you stand behind the use of force, and will any of those use of force guidelines be altered or changed in the future?
You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person and used to harm someone is a deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that this officer used his training in this situation, and we'll let the FBI continue the investigation to get it resolved.
So just to be clear, the shooting happened before or after the vehicle hit the officer?
I know you keep asking that, but that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today. Well, there will be an investigation. We want to make sure that it's factual. What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today, that we all remember that our job is to have peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law enforcement and state law enforcement to work with us. We are going to continue to operate here in Minneapolis and in the state of Minnesota to make sure we're going after dangerous criminals. One of the key focuses that we've had here is a focus on individuals who are sexual predators and are involved in child exploitation. When I was just here yesterday, we arrested individuals who were charged with criminal assault and sexual assault and people that exploited children. Why would you want to keep them on your streets? President Trump has promised to go after the worst of the worst, and that's exactly what we're doing in Minneapolis. By not working with us, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey are putting those criminals and prioritizing them over our children and our grandchildren.
Governor Walz said that he is not giving any heads up when there is going to be...
And that's simply not true. He said that to me on the phone too, so I'll get him the documentation that he needs so that he knows that we would love to coordinate with him. He doesn't give us access to any information on criminals, let us know who he's detained, doesn't honor our detainers, and has individuals and criminals in his jurisdiction that he won't turn over us today too.
You
Yes.
mentioned that the officer involved today was once before raped by a vehicle. Can you explain the difference between that instance and today? Was a firearm discharged then? If not,
Alpha 106 Prairie 3 request
I won't
of the
speak to that
Charlie
case
unit
right
on the
now,
injury
but we can get you
accident
the
Osceola.
details and the information on
59
that.
eastbound at
But
Mallard
the fact of
Pond,
the matter is
59
he's an
Mallard
experienced
Pond.
officer. He's been in
Something
situations
about
like
1831.
this before, and he certainly has been out there and followed his training today.
Clear. Are you going to change the way
You know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons.
Are you going to change the...
This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism because it's clear that it's being coordinated. People are being trained and told how to use their vehicles to impede law enforcement operations and then to run over anybody who gets in their way while they go out there and try to disrupt peace and public safety. And Americans deserve better.
So can you say what they were investing in the National Guard? Deploying the National Guard?
That hasn't been a part of the discussion. I know Governor Walz mentioned some of that earlier in his press conference, but we know we've got law enforcement officers here that will continue to work, and we're hopeful that the public recognizes that the work that we do every day makes America safe again.
Can you get
With that,
into the operation that was happening at 34th?
I can relay this.
we had law enforcement officers that were out there doing an enforcement action, and a vehicle got stuck in the snow, and so they had called for other people to come and help them get that vehicle out. Those officers were trying to free the vehicle when the harassment started, when the protesters were out there impeding their vehicles and preventing them from leaving the scene.
Central from 75. I've got a few cars coming eastbound. That's my patrol vehicle. Should be about 2 of them.
Will body camera footage be released?
I will let the FBI decide.
Your patrol vehicle. Should be 2 of them.
Today, when they were in that neighborhood?
They were returning back to headquarters, I believe, to start a new operation, had just completed one.
Was it a nice day?
Well, thank you. What's that?
Was it a nice day?
I was one of the vehicles that ICE officers were using, but remember, when we operate in a task force model. So we have other federal agencies that work with us, and we're very grateful for that. We have CBP officers, the FBI, DEA, ATF, all of those all work with us every day in a task force model. We appreciate it. We'd love to have the state police, and we'd also love to have the Minneapolis police chief and his team be alongside of us while we're out there doing those enforcement operations. But that will get you more information as it is revealed, but thank you and everybody. Let's work together to make sure that we can continue to help the city be safer, get more criminals off the streets, and ensure that our public has the opportunity to pursue the American dream in a city they can be proud of. Thank you.
All right, Secretary Noem wrapping up, saying the investigation is still in its early stages, reminding those that come to protest that they cannot use their vehicles as weapons, and that is exactly what she said happened and transpired earlier today, and was the reason why the agent had to fire the gun there and shoot and kill that 37-year-old woman. So we will again continue to follow the investigation all right here for you on live now from Fox. So let's now go out
Wiggins
to
Road,
Fox 9 Minneapolis.
7363 Wiggins.
Their
Deerfield
coverage
Township,
as well.
caller
Let's
will
listen
be
in right
outside in the front. 69-year-old male who's fallen. Still gathering further. I'll give you priority in a moment.
Since they began these operations. There was also a very clear level of animosity between Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Governor Walz and Mayor Fry.
You guys all sit there. I'm just clearing this
made a point to argue a point that Governor Walz made, that ICE or federal agents do not cooperate with him at the state and local government. She said that's just not true, that it's actually the opposite. So there is part of the back and forth that has already begun to occur as this process begins to become politicized, as we knew it would be.
Yeah, the relationship has obviously been fractured for a long time between these various parties. And so, I mean, we've heard our state and local officials speak publicly about their
Station 6 duty crew respond. Priority 1 Deerfield. 7363 Wiggins. 7363 Wiggins.
Right now.
Across the faucet
in the
for
ramp
a
up
fall
to this big surge with 2,000 ICE agents coming to town, the governor had also said that he anticipated unnecessary violence as well, and that he worried that somebody would be hurt and lose their life.
As the legal battle sets up, something we talked about with Paul Bloom and Tim Blotz a moment ago, and she was very clear that she is adamant about the fact that this officer feared for his life, that he did exactly what he was trained to do, that the weapon or that the vehicle was being used as a weapon, that the woman behind the wheel had weaponized her vehicle. She referenced that the woman had been stalking and impeding their work prior to this, and that she used the term ran over the officer. Again, all these things will be cleared out through an investigation that has already begun.
Yeah, the FBI already beginning that investigation, the BCA assisting from the state perspective, and these are situations that take a great amount of time and care. Again, there is the legal aspect of it when you are talking about an officer-involved shooting and whether or not you can justify that shooting because you feared for your life or you feared for the lives of others. And all of the video that they are able to obtain and whether or not there's body cameras as well from the officers, they'll have to go through that very carefully, get eyewitness accounts who were closer to those vehicles as well to see what conclusions will be drawn. But we know in terms of public sentiment, a lot of conclusions and emotion are already being felt as a result of what happened today.
And speaking of that, just from a public perspective, and speaking to you folks at home right now, these types of targeted arrests and taken into custody will continue. Kristi Noem was very adamant about that. I don't think there's any question about this. This does not, in her view, allay any attempts to remove from the streets of Minneapolis people they perceive as not either belonging here or criminals that need to be out of this country. So for you folks at home, today's incident is a stark reminder of how violent is getting
it's
out
going to be
there.
59 in
We've seen it
Mission
in
Grove.
prior incidents, and we will continue to see it based on the fact that these are going to continue. The federal government and those officials are adamant about continuing the operations, and state and local government are continue to be adamant about the fact that we don't want them here.
Yeah, there's so much tension that exists right now in all aspects of our political environment, and then when it comes to these ICE operations and
if you could have 6-8 grab that PDA in Deerfield.
Viewpoints in general, there's just a lot of tension that exists in our world and our nation today. We want to go out to Corin Hoggard as well, who's been out there since early this morning. This all happened at 9:30 this morning, and then we've been on the air covering it ever since. And so, Corin, tell us from your perspective what you're seeing now.
That's right, I already added myself to it.
Yeah, it has, calmed down a bit. I think we're seeing kind of rush hour traffic move through here, and, that vigil is a couple blocks away from us, but there are folks kind of monitoring the streets here, civilians who are trying to make sure, the peace is kept out here, and also that traffic moves. But, still some angry folks, in traffic, as well as a large group of folks in the vigil in front of the scene where this shooting happened. Starting this morning, it was mostly neighbors who had gathered out on the sidewalks by the time I got here. And, I have to say, to a person, they were all stunned at what had happened, and they said, it was quite shocking for this to happen, to wake them up, some of them, or to interrupt their breakfasts or whatever, just to know. A lot of them had heard those car horns like that, and the whistles that indicated that ICE had been on their street. On Portland Avenue, they say they heard that pretty frequently over the last 4 or 5 weeks, but it always kind of just kept going, and this time it stopped, and that's what drew their attention out to the streets. A little context again, I'll mention outside of what we've seen from the videos, it's kind of hard to hear if there's even audio in those videos, but a lot of the witnesses I talked to, and I talked to more than 10 of them who lived along Portland Avenue here, and according to several of them, what happened just before the video, or what you might have heard if you had audio on that video, was that woman who was behind the wheel getting conflicting orders from ICE agents. So you could see where her car was. Some agents, according to these witnesses, were telling her to leave, and so she was. Other agents, though, had told, had started trying to get into her vehicle, and then that's when the shooting occurred. And so, according to them, she was getting conflicting orders, and she was trying to follow some of those orders. Apparently, according to Secretary Noem, she wasn't following all of the orders, and that's what led to this shooting. Got to say, the witnesses also, I don't want to, characterize their politics too much, but I think that they all have similar perspectives here. The neighbors all kind of felt the same way, and, they all live in community together. But, from their perspective, from what they saw, and some of them, are in the videos or were taking those videos that we've seen, from their perspective, there wasn't a risk to anybody there. That, again, that's their perspective, but that's universal along Portland Avenue and the neighbors who live there. The rest of the day, it would ebb and flow as far as the crowds out here. As I arrived just a little after 10 o'clock, I saw Minneapolis police kind of escorting a lot of ICE agents away from this area. That was happening before we got here and after we got here, but not for long. ICE cleared out. The crowds kind of died down as there were no more ICE agents out here. However, people started to get word from outside of the neighborhood, and they started showing up here as well. And so at one of the intersections where they were probably about 50 yards away from the scene of the shooting, Minneapolis police and Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies were getting a lot of grief for, carrying out their roles as the kind of protectors of the peace, the ones to make sure that, the protesters didn't cross any lines, and that, there was no further violence between the law enforcement and the folks who were out here. But again, that would ebb and flow. And then, as the day went on, I have to say that during one of our attempts at reporting live, one of the members of the audience started shouting expletives and kind of interrupted our attempt at live reporting. A crowd gathered around us, and eventually we were asked to move. If we went across the street, we'd still be safe. They told us. So we went across the street. Crowd got even bigger, surrounding us, and we had to leave. We did not feel safe ourselves any longer. Although there was no violence aimed at us. It just did not feel safe for live reporting when folks are shouting expletives at us as we're trying to report. So we got away from that, but the crowd has continued to grow. We see more and more folks going down there, whether to join the vigil or just to be in the place where it happened. And this is a touch point for a lot of folks here in the Twin Cities who have been worried that this may be one of the results of ICE showing up here in town in such large numbers as we were warned by, I remember particularly Mayor Jacob Fry saying that his worst nightmare was that someone would get killed, and that nightmare now playing out here on the streets of Minneapolis.
And Corn, we know it's been incredibly emotional today. We're talking about something that happened at 9:30 this morning. People were at the scene. A lot of people witnessed what happened, and then crowds have gathered as a result. And it's just been an incredibly emotional day, given the fact that there was this ICE agent-involved shooting, a 37-year-old woman then losing her life during one of these detention operations. All right, Corn, we'll come back to you in a little bit. Thank you so much.
You heard Corn reference the governor and the mayor, Mayor Fry, but also Kristi Noem did as well, Homeland Security Secretary, and sort of they're diametrically opposed to these operations and what occurred today. In Kristi Noem's words, she said we see two very different versions of what happened today. Our Nathan O'Neill is at City Hall. He is there monitoring that element of this story. And earlier today, we heard from both the governor and the mayor, Mayor Fry. They were very, very pointed in their feelings on what happened here today. Tell us about that, Nathan.
Yeah, absolutely. What we had was these early remarks that were coming out from President Trump and from Kristi Noem, claiming that this ICE shooting was justified, and you just heard from them as well, reiterating that, talking about how this agent was following their training. City officials here in Minneapolis, though, take really big issue with this here. Speaking about 12:30 this afternoon, coming out forcefully, emotionally, very politically charged language as well. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Fry, came out and he was very forceful and angry about what had happened in his city. And the narrative has been kind of percolating throughout the Trump administration and kind of justifying this shooting. He took issue with that, threw out a lot of expletives, a lot of emotion, and go ahead and take a listen to what he had to say.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense.
Going over notes here. Do we have a fire around?
This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
We understand people are going to be upset about pull up in the Charlie request and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so
if you can head over to Emer 1 and contact him on
to
there.
ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction.
And we heard a lot of those types of language repeated, echoed by protesters
This
who made their way
calling in is
through downtown
6-3. Do you want fire priority 1 and are you going priority 1 as well?
Right in front of the federal courthouse, in between the federal courthouse and City Hall. A lot of similar language, critical of ICE, But of course, we know there's a lot of questions still to be answered here. In terms of the investigation, we know the FBI and BCA are jointly investigating this, but city officials and local county officials as well urging that they want some sort of a local presence, some local part in this investigation, because they believe that will be crucial and key to ensuring that there's not only transparency in this process, but ensuring that justice plays out as well. In Minneapolis, Nathan O'Neill, Fox 9.
All right, Nathan, you
Station
summed it up
34 duty
well,
correspondence
exactly
request of EMS priority 3 Genoa.
The next step in this will be this
5223 Old Hickory, 5223 Old Hickory, across the Bright Road, triggering for general weakness and nausea, 1849.
And law enforcement direction. And so that is also, that precedes what happened today. All right.
We're going to take a quick break and come back with more coverage of this. Our continuing coverage of that fatal shooting during an ICE arrest event earlier this morning in Minneapolis at 34th and Portland. Still more to come. Stay right here.
All right, we've been checking in to the coverage of Fox 9 Minneapolis. We will take a 2-minute break as well. Stay right here with us. Always more to come on Live Now.
Freeze off. Thank you for that.
Wilmington Deal Road. Get your plate in a second.
Special Legend 34 responding. Can you tell me what the nature of the request is?
Stand by.
The 18 plate's going to be Charles George Zebra 634.
Okay. Hey, 911, your status? Security standing out. Okay.
Center for row 63.
Row 63.
Row 63 arrival, establishing traffic 6.
Clear arrival, traffic is 6. 1851. Open 914.
Go ahead.
Why is fire
Welcome
responding?
back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. I want to take you out live here, Skybox Aerials in Minnesota. This active protest continues.
Disregard a message you guys sent you to CMH in Brighton Township. 11141 Winthrop Lane, 11141 Winthrop Lane, crossing Culver.
That investigation
Caller states that their daughter was at a psych facility and released 2.5 weeks ago.
Here. And what we want to
And today she is
go
unhinged
out
for
to
the caller,
Minneapolis
screaming,
mayor
yelling.
From earlier today,
Refusing to
high
cooperate.
tensions were happening as soon as the news was coming down of this shooting. We want to listen to his statement as well as other Minneapolis officials. You're watching Live Now.
Can you pull a number for 53, leave him as primary?
We collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice,
Do you need a number over the air?
and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE.
Good.
We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bull. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities.
Council 101
the first, of course,
Station 1 respond.
Was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as
11141 Winthrop Lane, 11,141 Winthrop Lane, cross of Culver and Brighton Township.
Right now
stating his daughter was at a psych facility released 2.5 weeks ago. She's having a mental break. PD will be responding.
There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital.
We're clear of Brookdale. You can put us
around. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE.
Just advise, we're holding a PDA in the city.
To ICE, out of Minneapolis.
What are you holding?
We do not
PDA, Grand River and Highlander Way. They're not their home address at 319 South Highlander Way.
Being in this city is to create
we're both over here,
safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
When we get clear,
People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you.
Responding 1855.
And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now. And justice is what we've all got to get. Next, a message to our community.
Hey, we cleared our call. We're heading down Grand River. I don't think she toned that correctly. That should have been a 33 call.
We all know that the agenda
but we're already en route to it if you guys want to go back in service.
Create chaos. Let us respond right now with
we'll go back in service.
Self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America.
We'll be clearing in service, brush 63, we'll stay in command.
Than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not take the bait
Engine 33.
That these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants.
Clear, closing call,
they want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them.
They're showing Engine 32 back in service, 1857.
Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 8 years. It's for new immigrants who have made this city a better place. That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want. Finally, you know, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that first,
transferring to the U, player driving, also one player in the back, 30 miles per hour.
We're able to
transferring to the U, player driving, player in the back, 1869.
We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N-O''Hara. I am the Minneapolis Police
Central, your dispatch.
This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR.
What
the woman
unit
was
is
transported
currently
to
shutting down Michigan Avenue, bro?
where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary
It'll be
information
609
that
and
we
6045 that are shutting that
indicates that
part down.
this woman was in her vehicle
I've got
and was
about
blocking
20,
the
25
roadway
angry
on
drivers
Portland Avenue, midway
saying
between
they were told to come down eastbound from Eager
At some point,
by those units over there. If you could advise them
approached
to
her on foot,
not send people my
and
way,
the
please.
vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to
We're only
preserve
sending
the
people who
evidence
live
that is there.
before Butler.
We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful.
Yeah, we got our cars in position down here at Butler and a good clear line out.
Preserve that scene and ensure.
Okay, do you want us to open up this and then you guys can chew them back this way when you get down there?
That being said, I just echo
I believe that was the plan.
That we ask that the community continue to
we'll clean up these flares and stuff, and then we'll open up just a minute.
About what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Chief, thank you, Sheriff, thank you, council members. I'll open it to questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired those shots at this point?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor Farmer, during the ICE officer stopped a position from helping the lady who was shot. Is that true? We've seen video, it's all over social media.
Central Engine 33 stage, Bradford Circle and Culver March.
They were pointing guns at.
Clear Engine 33 stage, 1903.
So the question was, There's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot, and ICE officers that pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a video of the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That is not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly, since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking
So,
about.
Mayor, she wasn't driving the car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon?
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911? They say an agent's
One male, right to SJL.
How does the
Clear 1 male, SJL, 904.
Going forward, considering what just happened today?
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. I'll turn it over to the chief.
What does the city do when someone calls 911 and a federal agent's pointing a gun at them?
103.
That sort of thing.
I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent...
Transferring non-emergency living to 0.
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911,
yes.
What is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon.
Okay, so what we're going to do here, my thanks to Mike Page, he's been on the desk with you here for the past few hours. I'm Austin Westfall, I'll be up here for the next few hours. I want to get out to Fox 9 Minneapolis as they speak with their reporters who are in the field in the Twin Cities. Let's pull the audio up.
Right, it's been a day for us for sure. I mean, just a lot of confrontation throughout the day between protesters, between ICE agents, especially as ICE agents were trying to leave the scene after the shooting. There were a lot of confrontations then. A lot of protesters would not let the ICE agents leave, whether it was down an alley or down the road. They were physically blocking the roads, arm in arm, that kind of thing, pounding on the cars and throwing things at the agents. In return, the agents did end up deploying mace or chemical spray into the crowd or into the people that were actually blocking the situation. It was very volatile at times, and that was happening pretty much throughout the day. But as you mentioned, it's going to be these videos that are everywhere. They are crucial into determining whether or not this shooting was justified. There are a lot because early on, there were ICE watchers out here very early this morning before the shooting. They were here and they were honking horns and blowing whistles, letting everybody know that ICE was, in fact, in the area. So you're talking about not only the watchers that have video, but also neighbors and residents who came to the windows, hearing the horns and the whistles, and started shooting video, capturing some of those very important moments when that gun went off. There are two different angles for the most part. There's behind the maroon SUV that the woman was driving, but there's also an angle from in front of that SUV. And they both tell two different...
We're back in from the east.
And neighbors were recording as a confrontation between agents and a protester was quickly unfolding. Now let's take a closer look. Watch as agents approach the driver. The 37-year-old woman begins backing up as one agent has his hand on the door handle of the vehicle, and the other arm appears to be reaching inside through the car window. At the same time, there is an agent on the front left corner of that SUV. That is the agent who fires his gun. First, it appears to be through the windshield, the following two shots through the open window. But there is another angle from the front of the SUV. It is the angle President Donald Trump refers to on social media when he defends the ICE agent's actions. In it, you see the agent on the front left corner of the SUV. And in the chaos, it does appear to show that agent being hit by that SUV. The agent then fires 3 times, reportedly hitting the woman in the face. The driver then crashes into 2 parked cars. ICE is claiming self-defense that the woman was using her car as a weapon. A lot of protesters showed up shouting and screaming that the shooting was unjustified, blocking agents from leaving the scene. They were pounding on windows, throwing things at the agents. This situation played out several times. Eventually, chemical spray was deployed, which did help clear the way for ICE to exit. And it does seem that that is going to be the situation every time there's a confrontation and people move out of the way, that ICE agents or whoever's on scene there might deploy their chemical spray. We did get some of that spray. I can tell you it hurts a lot for a long time, especially if they have contact lenses. So just be aware of that if you're going to come out and protest at any of these sites in these situations. Right now, I can tell you people have been coming and going. We're just kind of a block away from 34th and Portland. Just a ton of people going, a ton of people coming as this situation, this vigil, and this, I think So Young also said it was kind of part rally, continues at this hour. It's unknown, though, how long it will last. Randy, Kelsey?
All right, Karen. All right, stay safe out there. I know that there's a bit of animosity to television news out there, so just be safe.
Yeah, and we know from the...
Can we get one of the cars to move to replace the fire guys before Mallard Pond?
Fox 9 Minneapolis, as the night progresses, a live look above this crowd of demonstrators, as Fox 9 was alluding to. It's a mix of protesters and really a rally at the same time. A large crowd in the Twin Cities tonight. We're going to be discussing all this and more. We're going to keep this story top of mind as we move forward with our coverage this evening. It's time for us to take a quick break. We are going to slide away for a moment. Back out to the Twin Cities in 2 minutes.
Any list units out of the accident on Highland Road to Mallard Pond able to relieve fire at Mallard Pond?
Yeah, we'll get taken care of Central. Central engine 22.
Engine 22.
Third back in service.
They're back in service, 1910. Your status. 917, clear and available.
Report 73, arrival at SU.
Arrival at SU 1911. Like us. Alpha 917, I'm going to send you this lift assist in Iosco, 9321 Mason Road, 9321 Mason Road. It's going to be for a 75-year-old male that needs a lift assist. Copy. Down there to help?
Yes, please.
Clear. K9, I can slide up there if needed. I'm a couple miles away.
4716 Central. Stand by.
Clear.
All right, I'm Austin Westfall. We're going to be keeping an eye on this live look above this crowd of demonstrators in the Twin Cities. After an immigration and customs enforcement officer shot and killed a Minneapolis driver earlier today,
PD is requesting somebody to be sent down to Highland and Egan Road to help with traffic.
Said was an act of self-defense, but that the mayor of Minneapolis described as reckless and unnecessary. The AP says the 37-year-old woman was shot in front of a family member during a traffic stop in a snowy residential neighborhood south of downtown Minneapolis. The woman has been identified as Renee Nicole Good, who described herself as a mother, a wife, and a poet, according to the New York Post. Videos taken from different vantage points show an officer approaching an SUV stopped across the middle of the road, demanding the driver open the door and grabbing the handle. The Honda pilot begins to pull forward, and a different ICE officer standing in front of the vehicle pulls his weapon and immediately fires at least 2 shots into the vehicle at close range, jumping back as the vehicle moves toward him. Again, this is a story that we're going to continue to track all night, especially as we're also hearing that there's demonstrations planned in major cities across the country in light of what happened today in Minneapolis. Standing by is Jeffrey Halstead, the former chief of police for
3921 Mason Road.
Fort Worth
Check
Police
that.
Department there.
9321 Mason Road, 9321 Mason Road for a 75-year-old that needs ellipsis, such loved your birth in 1913.
Or near a moving vehicle, and what specific facts would have to be present for
I'm
an
down there to
officer
help
to
with the
lawfully
traffic.
justify shooting a driver who is blocking the road
fire's out on scene.
begins
I
to
appreciate
drive
it.
off?
Yeah, the complexity of shooting at a moving vehicle is, we've actually altered our training in
Service
the last 2
fund.
decades to
To
adjust
assist
it to
EMS
the
for
use of deadly
ellipsis,
force because
9321 Mason Road,
unlike movies, that bullet is
9321
not gonna
Mason
stop
Road
the
for a
threat of a moving
75-year-old
vehicle.
male.
With that said,
Such loved your
in
second in
these types of
1914.
instances, you notice the one
63, go
agent
ahead.
that's reaching into a vehicle, that's also
All
highly
Heartland units clear.
discouraged in
Team close
advanced
call.
police training and tactical training
Clear closing
because
call
reaching
1914.
into a moving vehicle, more than likely you're going to be dragged along the street and you're actually putting yourself in harm's way, and that reacts for an escalation of force. So a couple of errors on the onset, but then again, when you look at the totality of those circumstances, it's milliseconds that's happening. And, the driver's probably wanting to get out of a very precarious situation and an angry crowd. And then the ICE officers want them to stop to do more
Medical
conversations.
41 responding
And then when
1914.
someone is hit and then the use of force is deployed, you have to let this investigation continue, unfold, and be completed before jumping to those judgments, because it's consistent policy across city, county, state, and federal law enforcement about the use of deadly force into a moving vehicle. It will not stop your threat. You need to assess your personal situation and make adjustments so that you can reduce and calm those escalating matters very, very rapidly.
4-5, it was Sleaford in Grand River area, it sounds like.
Ago, we heard from Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security Secretary. DHS says the driver was, quote, attempting to run over officers. Minneapolis' Mayor, Jacob Frey, on the other hand, says the video does not support self-defense. Jeffrey, when there are dueling narratives like this, what pieces of evidence tend to be most decisive? Is it something like a body camera, radio traffic, witness statements? And how do investigators test each of those types of evidence for reliability?
The point of view of all persons involved is going to be your most compelling evidence. What is happening here that is not good for this situation and good for the community are these immediate conversations that are coming from very powerful elected officials. This investigation needs to take place, get forward, and come to a conclusion before these rash judgments are made. With that said, when you look at these conversations, body cam video is without a doubt, from the point of view of those officers, going to be very compelling. Also witness statements, also the bullet fragments and the way the bullet traveled upon, when it was deployed from the handgun, that also helps. But all of this takes so much time, and to make an assessment within an hour, whether it's justified or not, or it's almost reckless. You have to let the professionals, and remember, these investigation arms are absolutely removed away from both of these elements. You have a state and an FBI. Let those investigations take forth. But those body cameras and other video perspectives are going to shed a little bit of light for the split-second decisions that had to be made, and also with respect to the driver who has passed. That's also going to give a good narrative for what they were seeing, facing, and what decisions they were making going forward.
Jeffrey, in addition to this demonstration in the Twin Cities area, we've also got a demonstration live in New York City as well. Right now, our cameras are traversing the ground there, moving through some of these protesters. It looks like they're adjusting their shot as we speak. I just saw, by the way, another protest in Milwaukee, and I've heard of others on the West Coast later tonight as well. DHS officials have used phrases like defensive shots, while other leaders have urged caution. I need to ask you, if an officer approaches a vehicle on foot during a high-stress operation, what are the standard training principles designed to reduce the risk of a shooting?
Well, the way that this vehicle was positioned, and so what makes this one much more challenging than just a traffic stop or another street contact, is there's already escalated tension.
for days, if not weeks or months. If you remember the sniper shooting in Dallas against ICE, that elevates everything. And then comments made from different elected officials, those also make these situations escalated. With that said, approaching the vehicle from the rear is always the most advantageous. Clearing the rear of the vehicle, checking the rear compartment, and then making contact in a calm, delivered manner to the driver and the other occupants of the vehicle. When you start approaching and or going towards the
Central
front,
for a Hull
two
unit
things.
at Michigan Avenue and
You're never
M59
going to
from
physically push
202.
back or hold back a vehicle, especially in those icy conditions. And you actually put yourself in extreme harm's way. You don't have clear view of the occupants of the vehicle,
They've
their
already
hands,
cleared
and what
Emer
they're
1.
doing.
What do you need?
You're relying on what the conversation flow is going from the initial
Can you make
driver's
contact with
side
one
of
of
the
them or
contact
whoever
officer,
has traffic
and then you
control
put
at
yourself
that
in an
intersection?
extremely precarious
Have them
and very,
meet me
very
on Emer
dangerous
1,
situation.
or if they have my cell
Staying
phone, give me a
behind
TX.
the contact officer and keeping a clear line of sight as to what's happening keeps you in a much safer area, and then you're going to be a good witness and backup officer, which is what we train to do in both highway stops, traffic stops, and high-risk felony stops.
Governor Tim Walz says that he issued a warning order to prepare the National Guard.
Right.
In practical terms, Jeffrey, what does
Can you speak
prepare
to
mean
Chief
versus
202
deployment?
on
And if
Emer
the Guard
1?
is activated, how do their authorities, their training, and their use of force standards differ from police in a volatile crowd situation?
Yeah, the preparing for the National Guard is really just getting them to pre-mobilization status. So they want to make sure that all of those troops and commands are actually notified and ready, and then they get them to start getting briefed on these situations. When they are deployed, they are there for
6009. I'm
eyes of
at
calm and eyes
Eager
of
Road at
present
this
and
time. I have
keeping
a
a
resident
strong
that lives off
security
of
line.
3rd
They're
Street.
probably going to
If we send her north of Michigan Avenue, will you be able to allow her down 59 to Glen Street so she can make her way to her residence?
Tonight and tomorrow are going to be
Yeah,
the
we've
most
opened that up.
volatile days
The
of this
county
incident.
moved over to Butler and
This is
blocked it
extremely
there. They
tragic.
told
It's
us to
also
open it back up
extremely
on the site and
dangerous.
shoot everybody back
Of
so
course,
she
you're
can
going to
make
have
it
to
home.
get ready to mobilize some additional assets because
Okay,
you need
very
a
good.
force
I'll
multiplier,
also advise my
which
county
is what
unit
the
that I'm
National
out with
Guard
here.
would do,
Thank
and
you.
they will work in sync with providing a safety delivery of resources to calm these down so they don't get riotous like we saw when you go way back to the LA riots and the other George Floyd riots. We want to make sure that this stays remain calm. Let the
Central 101
investigation
is
continue. And
staged.
I always remind people, especially activist group and activist leaders, law enforcement has a very strong history of holding people highly accountable, especially in deadly force confrontations. Let this investigation finish, and if there is fault or if there's a lack of adjustment for the training, that is going to be addressed very quickly. But this investigation has to be concluded.
You know, people have been combing through these videos, and I
Because
know
of
you've
the
seen them too.
contention,
We've
this
seen
is
videos
going to
from
be
plenty of different
highly
angles of this incident.
politicized.
By the way,
So,
what we're looking at right here
different
is
states
sort
have
of the
different
after.
ways that
Central
they
101.
handle police use of force. I'm just looking up
Reading the
Minnesota.
notes.
Some
Is it secure
automatically get
status
sent
on
to a
scene?
review board. Some are internally handled. I'm reading, this is an AI generated uh, statement on Minnesota, how it handles it. It says in Minnesota, officer involved deadly force cases involve
1247.
both internal police department review boards, like use of force review
What's the scene
boards
secure
for
for EMS and
policy
fire?
adherence and potential criminal
Hey, purpose having come through the
investigations.
project and said.
You know what, though?
Okay.
I'm looking at this and I just realized this is completely irrelevant because this is federal.
101.
So this is a federal office. He'll go by federal standards. I'll
Go
look
ahead.
those up and see what they are.
Akram, your scene is secure. Go to the garage.
Tony.
Okay,
And plus, not
Jim,
only that, there was absolutely no Minneapolis police there on the scene until this happened. So they had already commented they're not going to help out. We don't have the manpower. Well, we get that because you spent $19 billion in fraud. You can't afford to have more police officers. So, I mean, try to make that make sense because it doesn't. And then to top it off, if you didn't notice, in New York, the communist mayor now has on the front of the buses, are you ready for this? Muslim buses. So if you're Muslim, you can get on the bus. If you're not, you can't get on that bus. They're designating buses now for Muslims. Oh, by the way, they get the ride for free.
Medical 41 on a scene establishing 1922.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
That sounds racist.
It sure does, don't it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, going back to what Bo said, I agree with you in spirit, but I was just differentiating between substance and procedure.
Great priority.
Clear priority 1923.
But it's dangerous. And that's exactly why I think someone like this could potentially face charges, because you have completely political ideologues in Minnesota in some cases.
Jennifer.
Go on.
Go ahead,
Hi there. I was just wondering, I didn't hear the beginning of the broadcast today that you guys started. I heard that Christy Noem said that the guy that was hit with the car was also hit before and sustained injuries. Did you guys talk about that?
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay. That's all I wanted to.
You mean before today?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we did not talk about that. No, I'm sorry.
Jennifer, do you know the details on that? And if you do, can you break it down for us real quick?
You know, I put it into Grok and it's still thinking. I thought it was going to take longer to get to me. But I can come back in a little while when I get it. I'll put my hand back up.
Sounds good, Jennifer. Thank you.
Yep.
And I hope you're safe out there. I see the chaos starting in Minneapolis. The commies are all coming out in numbers.
Oh, yeah.
So stay safe. I know you're not, directly there, but I'm sure it'll start spreading out into other areas. So stay safe, and I'll see you soon.
I'm keeping tabs with my niece because her fiance is a police officer. He hasn't been called in yet, but I'm gonna keep tabs with her. He's in Lino Lakes, I think. So, but I'll let you know.
Yeah, and God bless him and anyone else that may be get caught, have to go into there for whatever reason. God bless you and yours.
Thank you. You too.
Go your mom.
Thank you. Okay, Bo, you're up, Bo.
Earlier today, I asked if the scene had been if they'd been removed from the scene, and I think they already had. But I was thinking then that because they were federal agents, the proper agency to investigate would be the FBI. They're not going to do it it won't be an internal investigation. I mean, they'll do a preliminary internal investigation where they have one of their representatives set with the FBI whenever they question you to see if he violated any policies inside the agency, and then the FBI will question him to see if he done anything criminally. But that investigation will be conducted by the FBI. And as far as the state goes, the worst thing I could see the state doing to him is a liability lawsuit, and again, they would lose that.
Well, we've lost Mystic. Mystic was up next. I'm sorry, Moni, go ahead.
Okay, Bo actually broke down what I was going to say, but the steps are, it's going to go through internal affairs first. They're going to do a report. It's going to go before a review board. That report will, and then the FBI will investigate that information. And just like he says, the federal government has primacy clause
Oh,
on
917.
immunity. And I think as long as they find
How
everything
many do
was
you point towards
within
me for the survival flight going down to
procedure, he
Detroit?
will be cleared of that. And like Bo said, the worst thing
Copy.
they can do is a liability suit.
1247.
Go ahead.
Tony.
I'm telling you, they can't touch him. I don't care how you spin this. He's a federal agent. He can't be touched. Number one, she wasn't a citizen of the state of Minnesota. Number two, she tried to kill a federal agent.
11141
That precedes anything else. I don't care what they say locally. I don't care what they do. I'm telling you, Kristi Noem will go up there and put her foot in somebody's ass. He is a federal agent. He protected himself and others, and he could have lost his life doing it. So I don't foresee anything going to happen to this guy. Just like the ICE agent, where the hell was it? In Chicago? When they shot that person, nothing happened to him because they're federal agents. They can't touch them. They're there for a reason. When you impede a federal investigation, you have a lot more going on than you can possibly imagine, because that becomes federal charges and it's not state charges.
Is she fighting you or is she just fighting Joey?
Personally, they can't touch that guy. They're not going to touch him. They're not going to go after him. I'm sure they've already been, somebody from the Federal Bureau of something. I don't know if it's the FBI, Kristi Noem. I guarantee you they've already made that call and said, don't even think about it.
K9 sent it. Please send it now.
Okay. Okay, soon.
Where are they at? I think
I was just
11141 was Rock
brainstorming.
Lane, cross of Culver
It's
Road
just
in Brighton
my
Township.
2 cents.
Culver
Course,
and
anyway, I thought now that Waltz has got the Minnesota National Guard on ready, I thought, well, wouldn't it be sweet if Kristi Noem, Tom Homan just stood back and see if their own National Guard is going to stop them from burning down their own city or arrest their own so-called legal citizens, and see what happens. That's all.
I'm still fighting her.
Thank you, Reptilian. Carol Ann.
Yes. My turn.
Yes, ma'am.
Just some interesting back information that I just have been doing some research. The father of that child is from the Portland, Oregon area. His name was Timmy Ray Macklin Jr. He was a 14-year U.S. Air Force veteran and a stand-up comedian who grew up helping his mom's restaurant, Manzanita Seafood and the Chowder House. His cause of death has never been released to the public, but his final resting place is the Willamette National Cemetery. I don't know, just thought it was interesting with the ties back to Portland. Imagine that.
Who was that? Oh, the lady's husband that died?
Daddy,
Yeah,
the baby
Got
daddy,
it.
go on.
The baby daddy.
Oh, thank you. Army brat.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on something Jennifer mentioned. I find that information is being tossed around interesting, especially considering we've already seen from the left, they're trying to say the agent wasn't even hit. So they're trying to say the agent was not hit.
A couple minutes.
And then now we have this information going out there saying, well, he was already injured before. Because they know he's limping on the video. So they're going to, the argument would be, well, of course he was hit. He's limping. But if you try to justify the limping because he had a prior injury, like, why is that already being pushed out? To me, they are going to try to do something. They may not try to do something to this guy specifically, but the state could absolutely open up a lawsuit against ICE or the FBI or anything like that. So it sounds like they're already gearing up for some sort of lawsuit. We have to remember that they've lost a lot of funding for these daycares. They were kind of dependent on that to live. These people who lived off of that scam, they're going to be out on their ass very soon if they don't have some sort of income coming in. And these politicians are not going to be able to operate these schemes any longer if they don't have funding. So it's very possible that they're already working on or have a lawsuit on the ready against ICE, which would be another propaganda fuel for the left, because right now the left is losing so damn bad. Their morale is down. Down here with me, so they need something to lift their spirits back up and make them feel like they're winning at something, because they're not. They're not winning at anything. They're losing. And if they lose their following, if these people are like, okay, well, we're losing, nothing's going to happen, whatever. You got a lot of people that would normally be ready to go out there and riot, that are either scared because they know that law enforcement is going to enforce the law now, or they don't feel like it would do any good. So absolutely, I see that. I find that very, very interesting that they're already reporting this guy's past injuries, because they know in the video he's limping, and we know that the man was hit, but they're going to say he wasn't hit at all. Well, he's only limping because that was a prior injury. He already had a prior injury. That's why he's limping. So yeah, a lawsuit, I see one coming for sure.
Well, there's videos of him being hit. There is at least one video of him being hit, and so it's there. You're up next.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in addition to potential, again, only potential, for something criminal, federal officers only have a qualified immunity. There actually is a statutory basis to sue in a civil manner, and this is what Moni was alluding to. It's called Section 1983. And what's interesting about that is you sue for a violation of civil rights or damages caused by a violation of civil rights. So, by the officer or the agency. And so it is possible that a plaintiff could bring that sort of claim, and it would not require the high standard of proof, burden of proof, like in a criminal case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. Civil cases generally just require a preponderance of the evidence, which is a lower standard. This is the reason why O.J. Simpson was found not guilty of the murder, but was sued heavily and had to pay a lot of damages, because all they had to show was a preponderance of the evidence that he did it, rather than quote unquote beyond a reasonable doubt. And so I agree with both Brat and others who have said that a lawsuit is also possible. It's not mutually exclusive, though.
Units on Winthrop Lane, your status? Your status?
Thank you. No further.
Clear over there.
don't realize what the true risk here were. So I don't think that they were setting up a filming to intentionally take out an ICE officer. I think they just wanted to get their past on them being passed on film. Also, we're you know the tag for the vehicle is from out of state, but the testimony, what she said on video at what the wife said on video at the accident was, we're new here. So they very well could have been new residents there. That's also information that we don't know yet. But that's just my own personal opinion, and it's why I find it so tragic, because we have a generation of people that don't understand the consequences of the games they're playing. And again, I find it completely justified, um, and tragic.
Bo, you took your hand down. He's done. Tony, you're up.
Sorry, I was reading an article from Gateway Pundit. So she's not a resident of Minnesota. They actually don't even know where she's a resident of, according to Gateway Pundit. 37-year-old Nicole Good, or whatever the hell, Renee Nicole Good. A lot of photos of her and her husband. None of the child so far. I mean, there's family photos, but not all three of them together. So
they're protecting the child. They're probably protecting the child, not releasing photos.
Right. But I'm thinking it wasn't her child. It was the other woman's child. Because they haven't specified, just said my daughter. They didn't say dead daughter or live daughter. They said daughter. The grandfather was going to pick up her daughter's son.
No, it's the dead girl.
Is it? I didn't get to finish reading the article. I got called on. But again, personally, I don't see anything coming out of this. The state of Minnesota is already in enough hot water. They don't want to attract any more attention to them. Just like in Chicago, when that happened up there, nothing happened to him. These are federal agents. When you impede in a federal investigation, you're hindering federal agents from doing their job. And that's what she was doing. She was trying to impede them. She'd already been following them around the city. So, I mean, with all that, you've got that going on too. So she was also doxing them. So I don't think anything is going to come out of this. Just my perspective and everything I'm reading so far, because I'm definitely reading hard on this one because I want to see how this is going to play out. But I don't see anything playing out beyond that. I would be concerned about him being in the hospital. Hopefully they got some agents there with him, because you know how crazy the people in Minnesota are. So there's that. They're already burning the American flags in the street in Minnesota and Minneapolis. Last time I heard, that's a felony. But again, you got police officers that aren't going to do anything because they don't give a shit. They're going by what Tampon Tim says and the crazy mayor dude. So, it's a no-win situation for all of them, unfortunately, because they brought this shit on themselves.
All right, real quick, I'm gonna jump in here, Mom. Yeah, Tony, I'm glad you brought up what's going on the streets of Minnesota. We kind of took a left, and we're kind of debating whether we think there's going to be charges or not. Let's try to steer the conversation to right now. What's going to happen? Do we think the Insurrection Act's going to, be put in? We got New York City, the streets are filled. It looks like New Year's Eve. Minnesota, like Tony said, the streets are filled. What's going on right now? Let's deal on the right here, right now, and what do we think is going to happen immediately as far as the Insurrection Act and the reaction by the left, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I want to get everybody's takes on that. Good, your mom. Call them out.
All right. Jennifer, you were up next.
Okay. I don't know. Did you want to know anything about this other incident? I didn't find anything because his name isn't out there, like the other gal was talking about. But I just want to give this real quick that the other incident, I don't know if you guys remember, I believe it's the one I was watching it actually live back in December 21st. There was that SUV that struck 2 agents, and I believe this is the one that they were driving, they went under a bridge, and they were, you know, it was a car chase. The SUV went under a bridge. You couldn't see them. Suddenly, the car's coming out of the bridge. The cops went up. I don't know if this was the one, but they got away. Someone else was there to pick them up. And I don't know, like I said, if this is the same one, but they did end up catching this guy that did hit a couple other ICE agents. And so far, he's an undocumented immigrant from Cuba. They arrested him and he's still in custody, but there is no other information. So here you got someone that hit a couple ICE agents, put him in custody, but you haven't heard anything else. So I don't know. I can't find the name isn't released yet of the ICE agent that was hurt. So, couldn't find any more information about that. But I think that right now it's a tough one to call, don't you think? I mean, it's sad that the person was killed, but if this person actually had a previous incident with, getting hurt, that would play a big role, in his mind, protecting himself and others. I mean, that's the number one thing. And you got these undocumented people, you don't know who you're dealing with. And what are they doing about it? So there really needs to be an example done here. And I really hope that, I don't know, Walt should even have a voice. It really pisses me off. It's just ridiculous that he even has a voice right now.
I'm gonna send you the Friday one.
And the mayor.
Transporting rig 1775 Pinckney Road, 1775 Pinckney Road.
Really, I just,
74-year-old female.
I can't even say how pissed off I am about it. And that's all I got.
Hey man, yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, Jennifer lives in Minnesota, so it's really hitting home for her. Go ahead. Who's next, your mom?
Okay, I just wanted to say, I thought that Kristi Noem said that guy was treated, and then he's home now, spending time with his family. So that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. So you're up.
Thanks, Manny. Purely speculating on what I think will happen. I think people are just going to be on fire tonight. I think there'll be some rioting and damage. I think they're just going to let out their steam. What we have to remember is the left right now is mostly performative. It's just really tragic that a performative act, led to someone's death. I think there could be more if people start rioting. People in Minneapolis were already smashing the glass at the federal courthouse. But if I'm advising Trump, I say wait for really bad images to be coming out of these places on a widespread basis. Be ready with what you have to be ready for to invoke something like the Insurrection Act, but you have to bide your time a little bit. So, for example, if the National Guard actually does get deployed in Minnesota and they're not keeping things under control, if Trump goes in with federal troops, you have, without invoking the Insurrection Act, you have a little bit of a crisis. People are not going to know what to do. I don't really envision a National Guardsman opening fire on a federal force, right? Like, it's just insane to think about. So I don't know what Tim Walz thinks he's doing. That's why I think this is performative. So I think Trump would be well advised to just see what happens. His speech was calm and measured, right? Like, don't add any more fuel to the fire, and do what he always does: stay as a coiled snake and be ready to strike if you need to. But I think he's going to need more. He's going to need the left to be doing some real damage on a more widespread scale before he invokes the insurrection. That's just my opinion.
Scuba.
I'm in over 917.
I saw somewhere that somebody had used Grok to identify the license plate. Not to backtrack too much, but I want to say it was from Minnesota or Missouri, which is the other where they say she possibly was before Minnesota. But with recent, I saw something from Nick Sorter that showed a Blackhawk going into Minneapolis. So I don't know. They're at least going to send troops there, is my thought anyway.
Affirm.
Reptilian.
Your map must be different than mine. I'm showing us way out.
Did you Reptilian?
Go ahead. Just go ahead. I fucking forgot.
Moni.
The mother's done an interview and said that she was living in Minnesota. I dropped a link down in the peel. The tags were from Missouri. Her Instagram said she was from Colorado, spending time in Minnesota. So she was living in Minnesota from some verified sources. I don't know what the hell Tim Moss is going to do. If he was smart, he would just retire before he messes this up any worse, I would say. But he did make some comments about the National Guard earlier. If they follow their agendas, he can't put them up against the federal government, or that is insurrection. So,
104.
it's going to be interesting to see. But I'd love to see him put the National Guard on the streets so that they don't riot. That'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? So I'm just going to sit back and watch and see how this all unfolds.
Get your popcorn, Reptilian, back up.
Rise up, take a stand. No one is illegal on stolen land. Patriots, how do you feel? Shut up, sit down. Shut up,
time 107 gets toned, you're going to be
sit down.
having the closest shot to the call.
Conquer people, conquer land, bitches. Who's up, your mom?
Good Lord. Oh my goodness. Deborah.
The officer that the woman hit, he prior in another situation, he was dragged along with a car. A car dragged him. Well, that being put aside, I just thought I'd let you know that this officer, as any officer, has minutes to decide what to do. Not minutes, seconds to decide what to do. And that's the bottom line. And it's going to be a good shoot. Officers and I'm sure federal agent, they have to, show that it's a good shoot. So anyway, and as far as the Insurrection Act, I think President Trump is prepared. I mean, they're ready to go, but not that he's going to send them. Like I think I said earlier, he will give them enough rope to hang themselves. Break out.
Your mom, Bo, lost his mic and his connection earlier. Go ahead, Bo.
Hey, I was just going to say the same thing lady before me just said. he had been involved in a situation, and I'm not sure if he was the officer that was drugged or not, but he had been involved in a situation where an officer had gotten dragged about a year ago. And Christian Ohm stated that he was a seasoned officer, that he wasn't new to this type of situation. He'd been put in this situation before. And he responded appropriately, or the way he was trained. But I had heard earlier today that, and it was, I think it was on Fox News, they said that he had been involved in a situation where an officer got dragged, but they never did specify whether he was the officer or not.
Thank you for that, Bo. Acutely awake. Welcome to the chat.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Manny? What's up, everybody? I think it's a great discussion. Crazy, this is what we've come to. I say this all the time, but masterfully curated disclosure operations look like this, my friends. And I don't, look, you got a couple demographics of people in America and in society right now, right? You've got people who've been MK Ultra'd and propagandized by mainstream media, right? I guess authentic liberals, you could say. But you have a massive group of people who have been hook, line, and sinker paid. They've been funded. They've been getting benefits. They've been USAID, part of non-government organizations, paid by Obama and Biden. There are people who are bought. A lot of talking heads, a lot of mouthpieces screaming on the streets and stuff. Those aren't real liberals. Those are people who are paid to play a role in this movie. And I think that we're separating the wheat from the chaff. And if you look at what's going on, this is waking more people up than it is driving these people who are paid to act crazy, and you call federal agents criminals for doing their job and stuff like that. They're committed to their narrative. They're not thinking with their rational minds. The only caveat to that is that there are people, and this is to get into the dark, the deep rabbit hole. There are people that are absolutely mentally manipulated from the inside biologically at this point, right? This is a crazy human genetic modification experiment thing that's going on. And to zoom out a little bit, this is going to play out. It's going to be unfortunate for some people, but it's going to be disclosure for more, to make the point. But going forward, dude, we got the Insurrection Act that's probably on the horizon. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Like the Clintons are subpoenaed, what, the 12th to testify? So, and now we've got Maduro. Like, think about what's really going to go down, because I'd be willing to bet you, in the not too distant future, the Marines are going to start to play their role. They're going to go into Colorado. They're going to free Tina Peters. And that's going to lead into the Brunson case. Look at all the election fraud disclosure that's going on, right? It's reached a fever pitch in the Brunson case, and you're probably going to have Alan Perot, the falconer, right, whistleblower on Benghazi and SEAL Team 6. That's going to come into play. Storm is here, my friends. And, nobody's talking about the Epstein files anymore, thank God. But, what people don't understand about that is that Epstein and his evil intentions go all the way back to at least 2004, 2005. Epstein, along with a guy named George Church, a molecular biologist, had successfully mapped the human genome for the first time. Now, that paved the way for all of the biological warfare and the Bill Gates human genetic modification experiment that we're obviously in the midst of today. This is how deep it goes. That's connected to the transhumanist, eugenics, depopulation agenda. It's connected to Marxism, Robert Maxwell, Rockefeller, Rothschild. you know, you can time travel if you want and figure this all out. But it's all happening, my friends. This is the Great Awakening, and we are here. I've been talking for a while. I'll land there, but I love the space. Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother. Always good to hear from you. Good to see you. Tony, go ahead and scuba them reptilian.
I got one thing for him. Where we go one, we go all, brother. I'm right there with you. I get exactly what's going on. And, you know, the hard part for us is to open the eyes up. And it has been for the last 6 years. So I'm right there with you. Also, Trump spoke to the president of Colombia today, just a little while ago. Said he had a good conversation. It's on Truth Social. And they're setting up a meeting for him to come. He's got Marco Rubio working on it. And sit down and have a talk about the drug trafficking coming out of Colombia. So I think there's more to the Maduro thing leading up to all this. This is just, you know, we're starting to see the icing on the cake. And before you know it, they're going to cut the cake. It's birthday time. And it'll be go time. The Insurrection Act, oh, absolutely. That is definitely going to play in. And it's going to be probably, I hate to say it, but the start of the 10 days of darkness. Not total blackout, but, you know, if you know, you know. And that'll give them an opportunity to do what they got to do without a whole lot of pushback and a whole lot of, you know, taking to the streets and, you know, and again, end up with a bunch of collateral damage. I mean, it's foreseen, but hopefully not so. General Flynn's also posting right now hard about this thing in Minnesota. He's calling for the Insurrection Act because it's not going to get any better. I mean, we're looking at a whole lot of probabilities here with that and everything else that's going on all around the world. We're starting to see unfold. You know, the New World Order is dead. The central banking is dead. The cabal is dead. They're all done. They have nothing left to do. All we got to do is now round them up. You know, with all the sealed indictments, unseal them. Let's get busy. Let's get this thing done so we can move forward from this. And at least half of this year, that'll be prosperous with no more headaches, no more psychos out on the streets. Round them up. Let's get them into some hospitals and get them treated, get them back on their feet, get them thinking correctly or not. I'm sure it's going to be a choice, but, you know, start taking care of our vets, our homeless people, get them off the streets. Let's get them fixed up, get them back on their feet so they can be productive parts of the society. There's a lot we have to think about that's coming down the pipeline, and we're seeing it unfold right today. I mean, Minnesota is a prime example. And I'll say it again, nothing's going to happen to that agent at all. They're not going to charge him. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do that. They don't want that kind of heat. That's more heat than they're going to be able to handle with all the shit that's going on. And if Tampon Tim calls the National Guard in, he's not going to call in the Minnesota National Guard. Trump's going to send his own National Guard in because he's not going to be able to trust them because of what Walz said. You know, I wouldn't trust him. I mean, I know there are troops, but you don't know what kind of shit he's fed into their heads. So I'd send other National Guard in from other states and let's get busy.
Deborah, go ahead. You've been waiting patiently. I'm sorry. She's down the bottom and her hand's been up. Go ahead, Deborah.
Oh, Tony, just what you just said, because I was thinking about that.
4013, I'm scared.
That President Trump could stop the National Guard legally. I guess that's where I was going with it, from what's his name, Walz, you know, using the Minnesota. And he doesn't even, I believe, at that time have to use the Insurrection Act. although it would come into play. I mean, probably very shortly. Wouldn't that be something? Now that Walt wants the National Guard, Trump stops him. That would just make my day. If President Trump federalized the National Guard, it would just make my day today. That's all.
Amen. Your mom, please start keeping track again for me. I'm trying to do a bunch of stuff in the background. Scuba Reptilian, Kellyanne, Army Brat Moni, and then your mom, please keep order.
So very, very good. Well put, acutely. I say nothing can stop what's coming. Yeah, so it's interesting. Yeah, Walt says, I'm looking at a thing. I haven't personally vetted this, but I'm just looking at a thing here. Governor Walt's revealed 7,800 National Guard troops are in training for a possible deployment against ICE enforcement. So that's interesting. But something's going to happen because, like I said earlier, they were already attacking the federal courthouse in Minnesota. So we're gonna see. This is all. It's the tinderbox has been lit, in my opinion. So we're gonna see what happens with this. Holy shit! Here we go. Where we go one, we go all.
Reptilian.
Remember, we just read the other day, funding is up 400% for paid protesters. If you're going to see something, it's going to be now. So this is their last straw. They've got a lot of arguments. They keep switching flags. I know they got to be running out of flags. Amazon doesn't deliver fast enough for them. So they're going to have to put this together as fast as they can. But also, I just want to look out for the Patriots. You can follow me for more tips and life advice. This is how you avoid ICE. Don't be here illegally. Don't attack ICE officers, and obey federal and state laws. You see, it's real freaking simple if you look at it. You know what I mean? It's real simple. It really is. It's not as complicated as they have to make it make sense.
Word. Now, I do want to say, yes, absolutely with the paper, there are that. But there is also a lot of brainwashed people that are anti-American commies, some of them anarchists that want to overthrow the government and truly believe all the nonsense that's being spewed. I've told you all before, I've very slickly got myself into all these big groups, and I've watched their Zoom calls before these protests, and there's a lot of these people that are gun-ho, militant, anti-American, commies, anarchists, etc. So it is a combination of both. Who's next, your mom?
Army Brat.
Hey, forward this. We just got arrival. Go checks needed.
I just wanted to say, and maybe Itza, you can help me with this. So the Insurrection Act, I've got to thinking about that, and I don't think, I think Trump is intelligent enough, like so intelligent that he wouldn't even have to use the Insurrection Act. However, we do see us drawing closer to that. My question is, when you invoked the Insurrection Act, do you, as far as I know, all you have to do is go on national television and warn the criminals to disperse. Would we hear an announcement like, yep, I'm invoking the Insurrection Act? Would he have to sign anything? Or is it really just as simple as him saying, hey, disperse, and that's it? Like, what would actually need to be done? Does he legally have to call it the Insurrection Act? I'm curious. I'm just curious whether we're going to even notice if he's invoked an Insurrection Act or not.
Oh, may I go ahead and answer that? So, Ari Brett, what happens when you invoke the Insurrection Act is it leads to a bunch of powers that the federal government can have over the states. And again, the best example is, of course, our Civil War. So tactically, you may want to invoke the Insurrection Act because you want those those powers. When you invoke the Insurrection Act, there's probably something you have to sign just formally. I'm not an administrative expert, but you do have to make. It's kind of funny to think about it in modern times, but it could be an address to Congress that's televised nationally, or it could be a statement to the American people. But you would see some formalities around doing so. They're not, it's been done before. They're not blockers. They're just things you have to comply with as a formality, just so people don't challenge what you've done later in a court of law, saying that you didn't have the powers or you improperly invoked or it didn't properly invoke the Insurrection Act.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kelly.
Yeah, if he were to invoke the Insurrection Act, which I probably think he will, and I know Tony said something about that, as many others did, he can legally go in and remove Tim Walz from office, and Mayor Fry, and anybody else involved with the act of insurrection, the police chief. There's a whole list of them down there. And then there would be what they call selective martial law, Yeah, but I do think he would have to announce it. And maybe, I don't know if it would be in the form of an executive order or the DOJ would draw something up and he would sign it. So maybe somebody else can answer that. But yeah, I think he will do it if it gets really, really, really out of hand.
Moni.
Yeah, I wanted to say on to Observant's point that he so eloquently made. One little bonus tip on there is go ahead, turn yourself into ICE and get that $3,000 cash while you see yourself out. We'll be happy to give it to you. We'll avoid situations like this when it happens. And there's some disturbing stuff that nobody's surprised, but there's a poem down in the pill this young lady wrote. The name of it is How to Dissect a Pig or something along that lines, and it's talking about donating Bibles that she packed with acidic Himalayan salt lamps. It's short and not very sweet at all. Kellyanne, I wouldn't be too sad to see Waltz toted on out of there, but we've got Trump has been very, very reasonable in his actions, even though people claim he's not. And I don't think he wants to cause any more panic than has to be. I'm just glad he's in control right now.
Yeah, well, those people in Minnesota are out of control. The leadership there is. He's got to do something. This is beyond crazy.
Acutely.
Oh, can I make one more point? Real quick, I forgot my third point. The two Trump truths we saw recently, the housing, where he's looking into that, and who's going to be having housing that corporations don't need to buy, and the military. Both of those affect BlackRock so heavily. So two back to back that's going to hit them hard. I'm sorry, acutely.
Yeah, no worries. It's a good point, Deborah. Listen, the military doesn't fuck around, you guys. And when they do something like when Trump does, there's some debate about whether the Insurrection Act has already been invoked, and they're just waiting for the right time to tell everybody. But they don't mess around. They're not going to do this when it's not going to play out the way it's supposed to. It's not going to be accepted by the majority of our society, and it would be anything short of a success, for example. And to get to the point of the executive orders and how that absolutely does pertain to the way that this is almost certainly going to play out. If I'm not mistaken, and I'm speculating here, but when this does happen, it's going to lead right into the Nisara Jasara. They're going to fire the majority of the people in our government. Congress is gone. They're going to do 120 days, new elections. I mean, it's pretty likely, in my opinion, that the elections are going to take place using blockchain technology moving forward. And all this talk about paper ballots is just a kind of a lead into that, right? Because it's showing everybody how corrupt or how prevalent the election fraud really is, right? That's why Maduro is in custody right now.
3930 and 13.
Smartmatic, Dominion, that goes up to Ukraine. It's connected to Soros. It's the whole thing, you guys. It's happening, and the executive orders, BlackRock, the housing market. So much of this hinges on the financial slavery that our nation has been, imposed upon by, and America's been a corporation since 1871, right? So, that's why Trump is using international trust law, and he's showing us. He is explaining how we can do the same thing, because that's the only way that you undermine this legal fraud and this financial slavery that we are imposed by. So again, it's a masterfully curated disclosure operation. Q said, sometimes you cannot tell people the truth. You must show them. Enjoy the show, my friends. We're here. I love y'all. Thank you.
Reptilian. Nope. Yes.
I put my hand down. My points were covered.
Army brat.
So the last gentleman, I can't read the names. Sorry, my screen's still black. But the last gentleman that spoke, he touched on.
Everybody calls me AQ. It's okay.
AQ.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I can't see anything on this phone. So as AQ was stating, that is where my mind is at right now. How would we even know that the Insurrection Act was done? And I found it very interesting because I looked it up with Grok because I heard this and I didn't look too much into it, but I kind of had it at the back of my mind. Legally, the president does not need to publicly announce that they are invoking the Insurrection Act by name. The invocation itself can be implicit through actions like issuing orders to deploy federal troops domestically, and there is no statutory requirement for an explicit declaration of invocation. Okay? However, before using military forces under certain sections of the Act, specifically 252 or 253, which allow unilateral presidential action without a state request, the law requires the president to issue a public proclamation ordering the insurgents or rioters or participants of unrest to disperse and retire peaceably to their homes within a limited period of time. Now, President Trump has already said this publicly. It was on a video that X took down. So keep that in mind. I'm just saying, sometimes the Insurrection Act could actually be happening now and we don't even know it. Because I specifically remember the Trump saying, if you watch the video that they took down during the J6 riots, watch it. What does he say?
6045 from Central.
So if the insurrection happens, Insurrection Act happens or is already happening, he's not going to come right out and say, I'm invoking the Insurrection Act. Have a good day. He may tell us afterward. He may tell us after he's already done it. But I'm just saying we need to pay attention because we very well may have the Insurrection Act in place and don't even realize it.
up?
Thanks, there, Brad. I learned something new that you don't actually need to say the words Insurrection Act. That's super interesting, but you do need under certain sections to tell them to disperse. The last time we invoked the Insurrection Act was under Daddy Bush, and that was the LA riots and Rodney King. And the way that was done was at the invitation of Pete Wilson, the then governor of California. In that situation, Bush did come into the public and say the rioters have to stop. There's also been instances of use of the Insurrection Act, but no actual deployment of troops. So I think you're absolutely right that we may not know, but I feel like given the scale of the problems that we have, you would need military deployment, and I think that's what people are foreseeing in the future, and I think we would see that out in the open. So there may be certain things happening on a clandestine basis with that, but I don't know if the real action's begun. And I think it was AQ who said it. Watch this show, I guess, is my best guess.
I'm sorry, Bo, did I miss you? You want to go ahead, Bo? I think I missed you because you're way down there.
Well, that deal on January 6th, and that was addressed to a specific action. If and a lot of people speculated that he did invoke the Insurrection Act then. I don't know whether they did or not, but it has to be addressed to a specific group of people or a specific action. So it would have to be hypothetically say if it was directed toward massive riots in New York. He would have to specifically address those particular people to stand down. That was my opinion on it, or my take on it.
Kelly.
Just watch his Truth Social posts, you guys. He tells you everything he's doing.
Watch photos, things. I took a couple of them. I think we were going to miss them. I think I take them.
Whose mic is open? Scuba, is your mic open? Kelly, Tony. Go ahead, Tony.
Sorry about that.
Lead a smackdown on
him. Yeah, get that smackdown on that candy ass. So I think Moni's right. We could be in the midst of the Insurrection Act right now. The funny part about the Insurrection Act is how many times it's been used, and nothing was ever said to the president that did it. But when Trump mentions it, everybody loses their fucking mind. That should tell you something right there. That the push against, the right, and I don't mean the right side, I mean doing the right thing, against the wrong is unbelievable. All we're seeing is, again, the MK Ultra, the mind, the mind washing of common sense, everything from the jab. Everybody knows what the jab was all about. It wasn't about saving anybody's lives. It can be used as a weapon because of what's in it. So, it all revolves around that. We're looking at everything too literal and not enough open-eyed. My take on this, Insurrection Act, get the shit cleaned up. Let's go. If you don't feel safe where you're at, you can always come to Texas. I got your back. We're good down here. Even though we got some crazy lunatics running around, we're still good. That's not a hindrance for us. But I really think the shit that's about ready to jump off in Minnesota And it's not going to be just tonight. It's going to be for the next, I probably say the rest of the week, unless something happens before that. I see armored cars, vehicles being moved in there. Weaponized troops, because they're gonna have to protect themselves now. Now they're going to go up against a bunch of lunatics that are going to take no shit. They're going to want to dish it out, but when it starts coming back at them, you know, that's when you're going to see the liberal tears start to fall.
Army brat.
So on to what Bo was saying. Yes, it says here, I mean, it doesn't say there's no law about like specifically for one incident, but it does say the public proclamation ordering insurgents or rioters and participants of unrest to disperse. Well, who are the insurgents?
Central 914.
So when he made that proclamation
We are
for
back in
everyone to
quarters and logging off for
disperse,
the night. Have a good rest of your
who
shift.
was the proclamation for?
Great as off.
So whenever the president considers it necessary to use militia or armed forces under this chapter, he shall, by proclamation, immediately order the insurgents to disperse and retire peaceably to their abodes within a limited time. This proclamation must be public, which it was. It serves as a formal warning, giving people a chance to comply before troops are deployed for law enforcement. And then failure to issue this proclamation, them hiding it, would make a deployment under those sections. Oh, that's what they were trying to do. Failure to issue the proclamation. So he had issued it already. It was up and it was there. And it was already public before they took it down. So the question is, who was the proclamation for? Was it for the J6ers? He already said the J6ers were innocent. He said he gave them all pardons. So who was he telling to disperse? I'm going to find this video because that could be also another proof that we have been this entire time under military law and order since January 6th, 5 years ago. I know it sounds insane, but legally, he did exactly what he was required to do in order to have that Insurrection Act and have military involved against insurgents. And we just have to keep in mind, who are the insurgents? Who was he speaking to actually? Because it's definitely not the J6ers, because the J6ers, he already said, were innocent and he gave them all pardons.
Reptilian.
Central Fire Marshal 2.
God.
So as far as what was Manny was saying with the commies and brainwash, absolutely. I go in and I listen in rooms in here, and there's so many pro-China and anti-American groups. It's not even funny. And then as far as the rest of the thinking points, there's a lot of followers and those not a lot of self-thinkers out there. I'll tell you that. I jump from room to room, and they're echo chambers of the main person talking. Nobody really with their own opinion. They kind of just echo their own opinion. People come in, they'll say something, they push the other person off, and then they all have a laugh together and call the person stupid. So it's echo chambers of some moronic thinking.
Fire Marshal 2,
Also, breaking activist films herself en route to what she describes as an emergency demonstration in New York following the ICE shooting of a woman in Minnesota who had nearly been run over by an agent. These protesters are not spontaneous and organic. They are part of a well-funded apparatus designed to disrupt and show chaos in our country. They have 20-foot, 30-foot signs. They have over 100 matching signs, homemade signs made already, put together. Everything is, there's signs everywhere. This has been sitting somewhere, so this is well organized. So also, let's not forget about the entire QRF team that was already built. That's the quick response force that President Trump has been putting together. So we know this is coming up. He knows what he's going up against. He knows that there's these protests coming, and he's going to keep order. So everybody's nervous and worried because of what we've seen in the past with these cities burning. But I have a feeling that if necessary, these will be nipped in the butt pretty quick. So they can F around and find out. I think Venezuela just found that out in 30 minutes.
Clear, welcome back.
Scuba.
So it's funny because Tim Waltz already said the quiet part out loud. Well, we've never gone to war with the federal government before. So there it is.
917. I'm going to have you take an in-county coming out of Brighton going over to Livingston.
It's
Yeah, I was just going to say that's really disgraceful rhetoric. I think there are a couple different permutations here, right? One is the quote-unquote insurgents are the rioters, and that's perfectly solid. Bush the Elder, as they just mentioned, invoked it. It's been invoked by 15 presidents, I think, in the past. Some of them under similar circumstances. But then another question is, well, the people we're really talking about here are the dozens of millions of people who are not here legally. In that situation, I don't know that the Insurrection Act itself is the appropriate tool, because the Insurrection Act really was for American citizens, not like they couldn't conceive of an invasion, as Stephen Miller calls it, like that. So it's not the best suited legally for that other problem. For some reason, the left has adopted that as they're Marxists, and that's all they want. They're using illegal immigration as a cudgel, but again, as they use everything else, and tugging at your heartstrings, or trying to. But in that situation, I don't think you need the insurrection. If people are here illegally and violating federal law, you should be able to just go get them. Or the president could use more powers against a foreign enemy. It just seems to me that there are other ways legally that we could tackle the problem, but with respect to people rioting about this incident over time, and if it becomes severe enough, yeah, it's conceivable to me that he does invoke it. And that's where Reptilian is 100% correct. It's ball game over in like a day.
Tony.
Okay, so just as a reminder, what Trump has done prior to this, he's called out certain individuals as terroristic groups. So that automatically puts him in a different position. Now let's bring in the illegals that crossed our border. Once they did that illegally, they became criminals of the United States. It's a two-edged sword. All of that can be used as a play. Don't think for a moment that it's just going to be regular citizens out there doing whatever. The illegals will get dragged into it because they'll use them as pawns. Push them out there first. Let's see what happens, and then we'll follow. That's how this is all going to play out. So once you've been labeled a terroristic group, that throws everything out the window. And then you've got, illegals that crossed illegally into the country by invading our border, because that was an invasion. Again, that's another rule that can be used. There's too many things here that are being overlooked. And I'm not calling them illegal aliens. I'm calling them criminals, because that's what they are. They broke our laws. They invaded our border. They crossed illegally. We have laws like everybody else. We're just the country that is going to be enforcing them to the T. no matter what level it takes to remove, to get them to where they need to be out of this country. And what a better way. You've got 3 groups now that have been labeled as terrorist groups. 3 different facets. You've got illegals that came in illegally. They invaded our border. Then you've got all this corruption going on top of it, defunding the police, doing all this in all these blue states. You're going to see a lot more than what you expect when he does this, and he's going to do it. Don't get it twisted. He's worked it up to this point to make sure that there's not going to be any questions. There's not going to be any underlying crap that he's going to have to worry about. Because nobody questioned Bush when he did it. Nobody. Neither side of the aisle questioned him. So what we're going to do is we're going to do what needs to be done. He's going to put more boots on the ground than anybody's ever seen, probably in a very long time. And he's going to get this shit cleaned up, mopped up, and he's going to set out the trash for the dumpster. Because this is where we're at. You know, all these idiot governors and mayors, they've all said the quiet shit out loud. They've showed their true colors. It is go time. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is go time.
Hey, real quick. I'm sorry I'm not present. I will be here in a little while. I might be head. Your mom, close your thing. Your mom, close your mic. I might be heading to Minnesota like ASAP. Nick's order needs security, and Chad's on his way out there. So I'm talking to people in the background. So I might be heading out in the morning, but I'll be back with y'all in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, your mom.
Whoops. Damn it. Go ahead, Bo.
Army Brat, I put that video up in the appeal, and I listened to it again, and I take it as him directing that toward the ones that were in D.C. Protesting the election. I mean, you could say it could apply today.
Clear 2038.
I take it immediately addressed to the people at the Capitol building. But I put it up there for you to listen to if you said you had trouble finding it or you were going to go look for it.
Allie, you're up.
Oh man, this is overwhelming to watch. I'm watching Portland Andy's thing on my TV and oh my God. So I'm frustrated just like everyone, of course. I'm not scared, but I hate it for our country.
I'm going to have you point towards
And
Livingston
there
for
are
County.
people that like just a couple of comments, I'm hearing from streamers from him that are they're so dumb and they're just spreading the wrong information. I mean, saying January Sixers are ICE agents and they have no experience. And that's why that girl died because, he got his feelings hurt. And it's like, are you kidding me? And then he like compares, he's like, if you feel like, if the feelings are hurt, then that's like, someone with domestic violence. And I'm like, don't be slapping us domestic violence people into the same category. I say that because like, y'all, this is crazy. I don't know. I just had to express, this is crazy. This is crazy, crazy. And I want these people out. I even think these stupid Americans that are fighting against ICE need to be out as well. I mean, it's just so disheartening to watch someone hate your own country as much as so many Americans are. I don't know if anybody else feels like that, but I do. Tony, also, I have a question. So how much is involved for Trump to pull that trigger for the Insurrection Act? And then what happens from there? I don't remember that process very well.
Okay, we'll get back to that. We
117 for
just want to
Okay,
go.
bye.
coming
Real
out
quick,
of
hold up, real
Livingston,
quick.
going to Courtyard Manor
Ellie,
at
look at the
2038.
last part of the name of the chat. If you don't think that that's the temperature in here with with those people, yeah, it's here.
Wait, what do you mean? What?
Oh, Jesus.
Never mind. Okay.
This is Allie. Come on, dude.
Reptilian.
Oh, hey, Ali, I put a post in the Purple Pill from Ripcord about that
106 for
that
Dade
it
County,
may have
coming out
already
of
been done,
Livingston,
and
going
it's
to the
all just
Willows
part of
at 2038.
disclosure. You can check it out. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Reptilian, go ahead.
All right, verbiage is everything. And I'm going to hit on a couple of things people were talking about.
Arrival at Fords.
Believe it was Tony or either Scuba, one of you.
55.5 at 2039.
The Secretary Naomi or Nome rather says that people must stop using their vehicles as weapons, calling it an act of domestic terrorism. So that word, those two words were put together. She says targeting law enforcement with vehicles and trying to kill them will not be tolerated. Okay, and so urging the Department of Justice to show up and show force. So right there alone, this is not just your freedom of speech. This is not a protest for a cake maker down the road that won't make a gay cake. Okay, this is organized, funded protesting. Okay, so it doesn't matter if 40 of them are organic. If 20 of them are paid for, this isn't organic. So right there, that makes them domestic terrorists. So that therefore that could push it over immediately. And if this chick has a what do you call it? In her bank account, she's got funds going into it, or she's got a cash app, or she's got anything with any kind of money that made her come from out of state. This is cross state lines interference. And so therefore there's plenty in play to back what he needs to do. This is not necessarily organic. Everybody wants to, oh, you have a freedom of speech. You have a freedom of speech. Not when you're being paid to create chaos, especially across state lines. That is a domestic terrorist.
Yep. Scuba, you're up.
That's it exactly, Reptilian. You nailed it. And that's why we talked about it weeks ago. All these moves that he's making to classify Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, classify Tren de Aragua, to classify fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. I mean, those are terms that are telling you exactly that he is laying out the groundwork to do what he needs to do. Because at that point, if Antifa is like Reptilian said, if somebody's paid to come out of state, that shows organization right there. And so then, boom, you're guilty. So the other question I have, though, and it's like we are spread a little bit thin. We have a lot of military operations going on around the globe versus nationally. So I wonder, does it fall to the National Guard? And then what does say Tim Walz, he's going to say that he's got the Minnesota National Guard. He's going to try to put that up against what our national did. Where does that land as far as National Guard deployment? I mean, I'm sure it ultimately falls with the president, but how thin are we spread on that front?
Thank you, Scuba. It's up.
Yeah, Scuba, I don't have a precise answer to your question, but it doesn't seem to me that manpower will be an issue for us among a revamped ICE, our standing army, and military forces, and various states' National Guard. He can take control over states' National Guard under the Insurrection Act. The comment I wanted to just kind of throw out there and see what people thought about. So first is what Reptilian said is just definitionally true. If you are out there committing violence, based on an ideological or political motivation. That is the textbook definition or dictionary definition of terrorism. So they are domestic terrorists, and we should conceive it that way. The other thing is with immigration, don't kill the messenger. I don't know why the laws are this way, but they are. There is a distinction between crossing the border illegally and overstaying a visa. Don't tell me why we draw that distinction. Meaning, don't ask me why. I have no idea, but it doesn't make any sense to me. So, someone who crosses the border illegally is guilty of a federal crime. But someone who overstays a visa is actually only subject to a civil removal proceeding. And that gets it gets a little hard, right? Because some people are definitely criminals by their very actions. Others are not in compliance with the law, but we can't call them strictly criminals because they just have civil liability. That may sound semantic and such, but I do think it has an impact on what authority or what actions he can take with respect to those groups. Just wanted to throw it out there.
I just want to say real fast before I call on the next person. I just wanted to say, Allie, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to be short or rude with you, and I do apologize for that. I didn't mean it to be that way, and I'm really sorry. And Tony, you were next.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, but you got to take in consideration when they were hitting our border at 1,500 plus a day. That's an invasion. They lose any kind of right. They have no rights at that point. They've invaded our country, and it doesn't matter for what reason. That becomes hostile individuals that have invaded our border. I've seen it firsthand. I know exactly what it looks like, and it's the most bizarre thing you could ever possibly imagine. Ever. What's going on? I had to jump over and look at Portland Andy's feed. Oh my God, this was organized. This just didn't pop out of the blue. This was organized. Their signs are already made. They had them made already for this. This was just a matter of when and where. Well, it happened to happen in Minneapolis. So, I mean, all over the country, this is going on. Insurrection Act time. It's the only way to stop it. It's not going to get any better. It will actually get worse if something's not done immediately.
It's going to let us drive, just that flashing red light.
Right on. I know. I told you guys that, or whoever, Scuba maybe said that there was already an hour after that event happened, or the shooting happened. Portland already had this stuff out. It's nuts. AQ, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. And hey, Allie, I hope that you're feeling better after yesterday's traumatic event. I hope your truck or vehicle or whatever doesn't stink to high heavens anymore. I will, if you don't mind, share with the room. Allie killed Pepe Le Pew yesterday, accidentally, of course. But so anyway, her car stinks, and there was a thing. So anyway,
She told the whole story there, bro. We know. Yeah, we were laughing about it last night.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I want to paint a picture, everybody. So, what if Trump and the NSA and I believe the AI technology that the military and Trump are using, which is unrestricted, it's unlimited, it's all powerful AI. They're intercepting all the communications, all the finances being tossed around, right? So the agenda that's being dished out to these paid supporters, these propagandists, these communist treasonous people. What if the dialogue is being intercepted and understood? So say the communist agenda is, well, let's run the ICE agents over because that way, you're not going to be shooting them or overtly opposing these people in a criminal manner, but you can resist in this form, and these are the instructions being passed out. So that means that the Trump and ICE and the military, they know, and they're just they're just playing into their hand, right? Like, think about it, because this has happened more than once, and I think it's a perfect example of this occurring. There's an agenda, there's a protocol being propagated, and you can see with the signs that are being produced, this stuff is it's all planned, it's all staged, right? It's all paid for. But Trump and the military know the plan, they know who's getting paid, and they know what they're planning on doing, and they're just turning it into a giant backfire and a masterfully curated disclosure operation, which is why I continually use that phrase, because I think that's exactly what this is. So just putting that out there. I think it's speculation, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Thank you.
Army brat.
So while this has been going on, huge announcement. President Trump signed a presidential memorandum in forbearance of Executive Order 14199. This directs the withdrawal of the United States from 66 international organization agencies, commissions, and treaties deemed to be no longer deemed to, in quotes, no longer serve American interests. This action suspends U.S. participation in funding and support of these entities, primarily focusing on UN related bodies criticized as wasteful, ineffective, or advancing agendas contrary to U.S. priorities. So, we just talked about this morning, I believe, how Greenland's pretty much going to be taking care of the NATO situation. And Trump is now pulling out of all of these international organizations. We all suspected that this was going to happen once we got our I call it the Modernized Monroe Act. Once that happened, we all suspected that that was going to be the case, and it's all unraveling right now. We're pulling out of these globalist organizations. This is fantastic freaking news, guys. This is a huge arm of the octopus, the evil fucking slimy thing that's had its grips on us forever. We already know about big pharma, all of that. I won't go over that, but this happened, and this is amazing news. So will we see the Insurrection Act soon? It is definitely possible. Just pay attention to the wording when Trump is speaking, because we know now that he doesn't have to say, in quotes, Insurrection Act. He just has to tell them to fucking disperse. So everything's been happening super fast. I think this is all going to be over with before the 31st, when Congress is supposed to try to shut down the government again. So yeah, celebration for the next 3 years, I think.
What a time to be alive, right? How exciting. Moni, you're next.
Well, the Dems have their talking points. I just dropped a post in the Peel. Everyone is calling this person a legal observer. There's like a dozen posts down there from the leftist machine, and they all are calling her a legal observer. And Jack Posobiec posted a little while ago that this seems to be coordinated. These people had followed them all day, and there was 4 ramming incidences in just today of ICE vehicles. what I would suggest they do is look through that video footage and load up every single person that was on that scene and interview them and find out how they got their information to join up and be there. I think that would be really relevant information.
Well, you guys know me and my that I'm not super smart, but I've heard of RICO before. Sounds like what I've heard. Moni, you're next.
Oh, go for it, Moni.
I just went. She hadn't marked me off her list yet. And your mom, you are brilliant. We all
Thank you.
have our different niches, and you are brilliant in yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Okay, after I scroll through all the thirst traps on my feed, I have just been seeing some of these videos. I'm not in a place where I can get Portland Andy, but